We're going to be starting up in just a moment. Please bear with. I am just getting everything set up so that we'll be able to do the show. So bear with me just a moment here. Running late today, which I'll explain in just a minute. You ever have one of those days just way behind? Like it is that day for me. But we're going to have a great show. We're going to have a lot of things to talk about. There is so much that is going on. And I think it's going to be kind of exciting. I do indeed think this will be exciting. Hello, good afternoon. And let me start off with hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be here with you today. And good afternoon, Dal. A lot of people, I want to welcome you all here. Jan, good to see you as well. If I seem a little bit off, folks, I apologize. I'm not feeling a little, I think I got a cold. And so it threw me off a little bit today, slowed me down. Don't worry, it means we're going to still have a great show. It's going to be exciting. We're going to cover a lot of ground. There is so much that is happening overseas, that is happening here in the United States, that is going to affect us in 2023. It is going to change this country. And I don't mean that hyperbolic. I don't mean that in some kind of, I'm not exaggerating here. This is a real thing. And we're going to go into all of that. Plus, we'll talk about what happened with Trump and with Kanye West. We're going to cover a lot of ground here. But a lot of stuff I don't think that most people are probably aware of. Yeah, hot water and honey. My grandmother used to drink hot scotch and milk. And she said that would do wonders. She was a wonderful woman. Now, for those who have never been here on the channel before, I want to welcome you and thank you for joining us on Sunday when we do our live stream with everyone around the world. And you can reach us in both your tweets, your chats, and you can call in to 607-242-9247. The phone line is on and, yep, it is up. So you can call in and give us your thoughts about whatever issue that is affecting you at this time. We're always happy to hear your voice and what you think. Hello, hot chicks. It's good to see you here as well. And so we're going to be talking about a lot of things. For those who are not familiar, we cover pretty much everything. And you'll see later in the week, probably a few of these things that we're talking about discussed a little bit more. Because it's important. And your voice matters now and going into the future. Now, I always like to start off with a little bit about what's been going on overseas, because most people don't realize how that is impacting the United States. Before we get to the gun control, before we get to Trump and Kanye, before we get to the other factors that are affecting the United States domestically, let's look at what's happening internationally, because it's a big deal and it's going to have a major impact. And I think one of the best ways to start off with this is to tackle the World Cup is going on right now. I think most Americans are completely unaware of the World Cup. In fact, this year, I think most of the world is quite subdued. The World Cup is taking place in Qatar, which is in the Middle East, an Islamic nation, a nation that is known for not exactly the same freedoms that anyone else in the Western world would be familiar with. They're not particularly nice when it comes to LGBTQAI+, which has been the real focus of this World Cup. Most of the news people have been hearing about is that Qatar has been buying its own supporters to show up for the World Cup. They've had the same group of Palestinians being paid 60 euros a day, plus given access to the World Cup, to come out and pretend to be the British. They pretended to be Brazilian fans. They've pretended to be, I believe, American fans. The same group of people in the same clothes, just carrying a different flag, all of them from Pakistan, have been noted around the world as going around with the flags of each in several different countries to say that they are there at the World Cup in Qatar because they're supporting their nation, which is really funny because this has been one of the least popular World Cups ever. And it's gotten some of the least coverage in the world ever. Part of that is because Qatar has said, well, they're not in favor of LGBTQ or gay rights, and they don't want to see that. And the world, most of the nations, most of the Western nations in the world, Europe, the United Kingdom, United States, have been trying to push the LGBTQAI++, so on, flag. And so that's diminished their ratings around the world, as there's been a lot of blocks and a lot of the usual nonsense we see out of the Middle East. But one of the things that came up today that caught my attention about it is Iran. The United States, who is trying to get the Iran nuclear deal still to this day, even though there's been more than a month of protests in Iran, even though the United States has said, well, they are upset that a young woman was killed in Iran because her hair was too long and could be seen outside her head covering, the hijab, and so she was beaten to death. And so the United States, standing up for the women of Iran, has told Iran that they're bad people. In the meantime, the United States and Iran are still working on reviving the Iran nuclear deal. Still, we're still working on this with these guys. These are the same people that are providing rockets and artillery shells to Russia. They have been working with Russia against the sanctions of the United States in defiance of what Joe Biden has threatened, helping to improve the economy of Russia and, of course, the economy of Iran. So this is kind of weird. We're trying to talk to these guys about making a nuclear deal, saying that we trust them on developing nuclear weapons, or rather, developing ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, and that they're going to just use their nuclear power plants to make nuclear power, not weapons. But yet we're also saying they're helping Russia, and at the same time, they're killing their own people, and we're upset about that. It is such a weird mix. Well, that kind of came together because the United States went and played against Iran in the World Cup. This is a soccer match. It's a big deal. But the United States went out and we did something really stupid. This is endemic of the Biden-Harris administration. This is endemic of the stupid policies that we see. In the World Cup, flags are shown around the world of every country that is coming to play. It's kind of like the Olympics. And imagine if you went to the Olympics and somebody decided to alter your nation's flag. You would be insulted. It is considered an insult. It is a slap in the face around the world, and tensions would be worse off, not better off. It's kind of like sending Kamala Harris to have any negotiations in your country. You're going to be worse off after she showed up rather than beforehand. And that's exactly what we're seeing here with Iran and the United States, as you can see. This is being reported by The Guardian. The United States, do you see that red center, that image on the center of the screen there? Let me see, this one right here. Okay, that's an Islamic symbol. I don't care if you're Muslim, I don't care if you're Islamic or Jewish or Christian or whatever your religion, or you're an atheist, I don't care. That's their symbol. It's an Islamic symbol. And the United States blurred that out. They removed that from their imaging. They basically insulted Iran. They slapped them in the face, changed their national flag. And it was Islamophobic. Okay? When you deny Islam and you're hiding Islam, according to the left, that's Islamophobia. So it's an Islamophobic action by the United States against Iran. And the United States admits we did it because we are upset about Iran killing their citizens. Fair enough. And we're upset about what they have done to women. Fair enough. But it is Islamophobic because we didn't delete their flag entirely. We didn't hide their flag entirely. We didn't not show their flag. No. What we did instead is, and we didn't boycott playing against Iran in the World Cup. We didn't do any of that. We just altered the Islamic nature of their flag, knowing it would piss them off because they're a religious nation. And that is Islamophobic. And so Iran said, hey, they're being evil. They're denying Islam around the world. And they went to FIFA, who runs the World Cup, and said, hey, you've got to punish America, ban them from international games for 10 games. And the crazy thing is, they're kind of right. Believe it or not, they're kind of right. Because if you had done that to the British flag, if you did that to the United States, you did that to Germany or any other major nation around the world, imagine Argentina's flag being altered just because one nation doesn't like it. That would be a slap in the face. That would be, imagine that happening at the Olympics. You couldn't do it. Tensions would go negatively. Now, here's the thing that's important about that. Do you think that's going to make it more likely that we're going to have an Iran nuclear deal? If you believe that Obama's nuclear deal was making the world safe, which is the position that the Biden-Harris administration have, if you believe that this is necessary to go forward, you think Trump did a bad thing by ending this deal, you think that Iran can be trusted with their nuclear materials, would you do this to make sure that they're going to be as pissed off at the United States as possible? Does that sound like good international politics? I'm not saying that we shouldn't have sanctions. I'm not saying that we shouldn't try and support the protesters in Iran. I'm not saying that women shouldn't have rights in the Middle East. I think all those things are true. But does this seem to be something that would help you increase the rights of women in the Middle East? Do you think this is something that would help the protesters in Iran? Do you think this would help us get an Iran nuclear deal? Or do you think this would do the exact opposite, piss them off, shut down our conversations, and make the tensions higher, and probably have Iran help Russia even more to piss off the United States? Which one do you think is more likely to happen because the United States took an act of Islamophobia and did this to them? Something that, since the Biden-Harris administration has been adamant about Islamophobia and that they'd love to label other people with that title, for them to do that is a direct, they can't say, ooh, that was an accident. They absolutely knew they were going to insult all individuals of Islamic faith, and in particular, that faith of Iran, by altering the flag in the way they did. Do you think that's going to make them more peaceful or less peaceful? Let me take a look at the comments here, see what you guys have to say about that. So we have a few comments here. User has been banned mentions San Francisco is authorizing armed police robots. What? Okay, that's a story I hadn't heard about, and I want to see a link on that one. And user has been banned, says he agrees that this is phobic of the United States. So that's the thing that gets me. And I do want to follow up on that story about San Francisco. Do not let me forget about that, guys. I'll come back to it. But do you think that the actions, this is like Kamala going to South Korea and insulting the South Korean former president, Yoon, by wiping her hand off in disgust after shaking his hand? This is like her going down to South Korea and praising North Korea and saying that we're best buddies with them as they fire off 70 missiles at our allies, threatening their lives and raising tensions to the level of 1953. This is the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't Kamala Harris's team that made the suggestion to the United States World Cup team and said, hey, you know what? We'll just wipe out the Islamic image on the Iranian flag to send them a message that we're pissed off at them, and wound up making things worse. It's crazy. This is how you increase tensions. And again, this is something that we have seen. All of their policies with Iran, releasing sanctions, letting them have less sanctions, reducing it from the levels of the Trump administration. They've been giving them more and more concessions just to speak to Joe Biden, not to get anything else, to get closer to a deal on the Iran nuclear deal. They've gotten more money, more free, less sanctions, and yet we see that America's gotten nothing out of the deal. The world has gotten nothing out of the deal. All we've done is drive them closer to working with China and Russia and North Korea. Literally, Biden set up a pipeline between those four nations, all of them aligned against the United States and Europe. And every one of his international policy actions seemed to drive a wedge deeper and deeper between us and our allies and all of those nations, and they're getting more and more active. They're acting out more and more. And he decides that in that bee's nest that he's already kicked down the block, he now wants to put a firecracker in the beehive to see what's going to happen there. Again, I don't want to say that we don't agree. I absolutely believe that Iran is insane for killing a woman because her hair was seen. I think it's an abomination of their actions. I don't believe in throwing, I disagree with all of the Middle Eastern nations that decide that they want to throw gay people off of a building because they're gay. I think that's wrong. That's evil. That's a horrible thing to do to someone. I denounce that completely. But I don't think it's smart to then make an attack. By the way, this isn't just an attack against Iran. It's an attack against all Islamic nations. It's an act of Islamophobia. And so Iran gets to turn around rightfully and say, you're attacking my religion as well as my nation. How dare you? And you did it on purpose. The United States has admitted this. What kind of diplomacy is going on here? Who thought this up? Who was the genius who said, yeah, that's the right thing to do. Let's piss off every Muslim in the world and piss off the entire nation of Iran as we're asking them to stop sending rockets to Russia so that they can attack the Ukraine, as we're trying to negotiate the Iran nuclear deal, as they're working closer with all the rest of our allies, our enemies around the world, as they keep calling us the Great Satan. Thank you, Jan. Jan sent me a message for the San Francisco story. So, I mean, this is something you're not hearing a lot in the United States. Again, I had to go to The Guardian, the United Kingdom's newspaper, to be able to find this and to see how this is reacting around the world. Because in the United States, it's not a big deal. No one's really talking about it. The most you're going to get is a commercial that's going to say, oh, do we call it football or do we call it soccer? Who cares? That's not the big deal. The United States doesn't really care about the World Cup, but yet the politics that's happening at the World Cup is absolutely going to have an impact on us. John Cordisco joins us and says, John, good to see you. Hope you're feeling better. I think I got the cold this time. John says, trust the plan. I don't trust it. There isn't a plan. That's the problem. There is no plan. If there were a plan, maybe I'd say, okay, I can trust that. There isn't one. You know, it's so insane to me because we see these kind of failures not just in the way we are interacting with Iran in the World Cup, how we're interacting with the world at the World Cup. Because it may not be popular in the United States, it is popular around the world. And while the Qatar World Cup may be the least popular in my lifetime, in the last 4 decades of World Cups that I have watched, this is probably the least popular one, the least publicized in the world. The world is watching. So we're pissing off Muslims internationally around the globe. That's a big deal. So this is a lack when they say, oh, well, this is our plan and we're trying. They're not thinking about the consequences of the way they are doing this. I'd have more respect if they just wiped out if we denied and ignored and somehow edited out the entire Iranian flag. That's, it'd still be an insult to their nation, but at least then we're not pissing off every Muslim around the world or all the Muslims that believe similar to Iran. That we're not being Islamophobic and admitting that we're being Islamophobic. Because if we can be Islamophobic to one nation, doesn't that mean we're Islamophobic to every nation? Do you see the consequences of this? Because I can tell you, the White House didn't think about it. It's so, and no one's going to talk to you about this around the world. But this stupidity, this lack of planning, this virtue signaling, because that's what it was. The United States decided, oh, we're going to stand behind the women of Iran like we stood behind the women of Afghanistan. We'll put out a couple of tweets about it. We'll make some comments about it and do actually nothing. Well, they actually stepped it up. And unlike the women in Afghanistan who have been abandoned for over a year, they forgot about them as they forgot about all the Americans in Afghanistan. No, they decided to one-up it and use the World Cup and piss off all the Muslims in the world. Who is running the foreign policy of the United States? Because they do not know what the hell they are doing, because they are not thinking past the tweet that they're putting out. They have no concept of the consequences of what they're doing because they're doing things badly. This is crazy, folks. This is, and tell me that you don't think this is going to have an impact. And Dow made a good point. This is OPEC we're talking about. This is oil. And since America is no longer energy independent, so even if you don't care about the gay rights issue, you don't care about the women's issue, you don't care about Iran giving rockets to Russia to fight against Ukraine, remember this. Qatar and OPEC are almost entirely Islamic. And if we are pissing off if we are being Islamophobic and admitting that we are taking actions that we know are Islamophobic and will piss off the Muslims in the world, and we admit that we are doing that, and they already don't like Joe Biden. They don't take his phone calls. When Joe Biden asked them to increase oil production, they reduced oil production. They do not respect or like Joe Biden. And now you just pissed off their religion of almost every member of OPEC. Do you think in the future they're going to increase more oil production or reduce it, even as Joe Biden has guaranteed that the United States will not be energy independent? That he is taking all the steps he can under the symbol of climate change, that he's going to make sure that America is dependent on OPEC oil. Do you think it's smart to piss off the people who are providing you the energy you need to be able to run your country? Because that's where the position we are in right now. And by the way, what's the leading factor driving up the cost of inflation in the United States right now? Why is America in a recession, and one that is getting deeper and deeper? We're going to get into that right now. It's because of oil and energy. You can have your pipe dream about windmills and solar panels. They don't work. They don't work on the scale of a nation. They definitely don't work on the scale of a nation with 350 million people. Yet the first world nation where everyone's running around with iPhones and iPods, computers, cell phones, and electric cars, you just can't use solar panels and windmills. By the way, that takes 3 to 5 years to build anyway. Even if we wanted to try and do it, it doesn't work. And we know that. We've seen that in California. So since we're not energy independent, we're pissing off the people we get the energy from. Do you think it's going to cost us less money or more money when we tell them we are pissing on your religion in your countries around the world with a guy you don't respect or fear or like? Does, I mean, am I wrong here, folks? Jam mentions it only matters when they want it, otherwise they ignore what is happening. I understand. And I understand, John, it is the same people that run the Oval Office. These are people who have not considered the consequences to the American citizens. The ramifications are long-term and they have many levels. So again, you don't have to care about the World Cup. You don't have to care about men's soccer. You don't have to care about Iran or the fact that they're giving weapons to Russia so that they can kill the Ukraine. You don't have to be involved in that. If you are only concerned about your life here in the United States, then understand we are not energy independent. Joe Biden has ensured that, guaranteed that. We are dependent on oil from OPEC. And he is pissing off OPEC and its members in their homes. And do you think that's going to make your electricity, your gasoline, your energy prices for heating your home, do you think that's going to go down or up because he just pissed off most of OPEC, everybody who's selling us oil? Yeah, I know. But there's no mean tweets. They didn't do it in a mean tweet. They just pissed off everyone at the World Cup. But there's no mean tweets. Thank goodness for that. You don't have to worry about going to Twitter, which most people don't, and reading a mean tweet. This is stupid. Yeah, and Dow says, don't mess with the people that provide you energy. Same vibe as not messing with people who provide you your food. Yeah, you piss off the waiter, you piss off the waitress or the cook, and you piss them off. You insult their religion to their face. Do you think they're spitting in your food? Just might be. This is stupid. And we need to call this out because we don't have a foreign policy. We've been saying this since 2020. Actually, we've been saying this since 2019. The Democrats have no idea of an international policy. The 2020 election discussed zero international politics. What is our foreign policy position? They did not discuss it because they had no clue. Everything we have done has been a seat of the pants, fly by the numbers, virtue signaling, looks good today, who knows what the consequence tomorrow kind of plan has been. That's what we've been doing consistently. When we ran away from Afghanistan and created the first terrorist army in the world, providing them with tanks and small armed munitions, helicopters, and tens of millions of dollars in cash, they didn't think it through. We abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. They didn't think it through. Look at what's been happening around the world. And that endangers you. Yes, it takes away your money because of inflation. It makes your life more difficult. And it makes things more dangerous. Are terrorists more likely to come into the United States because of Islamophobia that we are showing on display in the World Cup? Are we more likely to see some crazed fanatic come try and enter the United States again? Because they've been crossing our open border and trying to assassinate members of our government. We've already caught at least half a dozen of them this year entering the United States across our southern border. Do you think there's going to be more of that or less of that as we piss on their religion? You don't have to like the religion. You don't have to like those governments. But that's entirely different than antagonizing those countries because you didn't think this through. Because you wanted a nice tweet to say, we support women. Fantastic. Support women. I want you to support women. Do something. Maybe increase the sanctions. Put back the sanctions you took away from Iran. Maybe that's a smarter plan than just pissing on Islam. And all those terrorists are saying, see, America is Islamophobic. They have always hated us. And gee, Iran seems to be right. Let's go and attack America and Israel. Is it that hard to figure out that that's the reaction that the fanatics are going to have? And that this is going to endanger American citizens' lives, our allies' lives? Is it that hard to figure that out? I don't get paid $250,000 a year to do the analysis. I can figure it out myself. It doesn't take long and it doesn't take much to figure out this isn't the best plan. It may look good on a tweet. It's going to be bad for international politics. And it's going to be bad for domestic policy, for the United States economy. It's not like they're just going to forget about this. Okay. General Milley is an idiot. John mentions that General Milley is an idiot. Jan says, I want to know they support women since they can't define what. Yeah, Jan, you make a great point. Jan's saying, well, how do we know they support women if the very same people in the Biden-Harris administration, the very same progressives, are telling us they can't define a woman? Even KBJ, Ketanji Brown Jackson, who is now a member of the Supreme Court, God help us, that activist who could not define what a woman is, they had to change the definition of a woman to the opposite of a man, and the opposite of a man is a woman. Circular logic. Those same people who can't define what a woman is are saying they support women. Well, gee, what does that mean? Good point, Jan. User has been banned says, support them at home. Other nations and their people's private affairs aren't our business to care about. Well, no, I have no problem supporting another nation and on things that would affect everyone. I have no problem with that. But I do have problems when we don't think through our policy. It's one thing to say that we want to support people and support ideas that we believe are good for the world, liberty, freedom, women's rights, gay rights. Okay, let's support those issues, but let's do it in a manner that we've thought through, that we understand the consequences of what we are doing, that we're not making stupid junior high school mistakes because we didn't think, oh, what happens when they don't like that? What happens when we just figured out that we insulted everyone? I'll give you an example from my life. I don't think, if you can see it right here, there's a scar on my face. You probably can't notice it because I've got some facial hair, of course. Back when I was a child, hang on, my dog's pissed off. Someone's at my door. No one's supposed to be at my door, so I'm not going to answer my door. And if it's the police trying to break in, I'll deal with it. But I have a scar on my face. And this is a scar I got back when I was about 5, 6 years old. I was in Puerto Rico at my grandmother's house, and I was having an argument with one of my cousins. Okay? I was about 5 or 6, maybe 7 years old. I'm in an argument with one of my cousins, and, you know, we're young boys. We're screaming back and forth, and Spanish is a second language to me. And so we're yelling in Spanish, and I don't even know, it was something stupid. And he goes, well, your mom sucks. And I'm like, your mom sucks. We're back and forth with that kind of insult, you know. Your dad sucks, your mom sucks, blah. But I happen to be the one who said, your grandma sucks. Because, you know, we're escalating here. Your dad, your mom, now it went to grandma. And so I said, your grandma sucks. Now, this is stupid, of course, because his grandmother is my grandmother. We're at my grandmother's house. My grandfather happened to hear that. And my grandfather, old school, real old school that he was, heard that, did not like it, did not care that I was 5, 6, 7 years old, did not care that I could, you know, Spanish was my second language, or that I was in an argument with my cousin about something stupid and we were being stupid kids. Walked right on up and smacked me with his bare hand. And by the way, this wasn't like, you know, some kind of movie knocking me 3 feet. It's not an anime. I wasn't flying through the sky. He smacked me. Not a big deal. And in particular, He smacks pretty good, left me a scar. I've had it all my life. It was pretty bad for him because then, of course, my grandmother hears me screaming my head off, comes out, sees me bleeding, asks him what happened. He tells her the argument I was having with my cousin. She tells him he's an idiot because we're children. We were being stupid. What does he think? He should be thinking. He isn't thinking. And I'm sure he was sleeping on the couch for a week after that. He was not having a good time. So he got the worst out of the whole thing. I got a scar, and he had a much worse time with grandma. But it's that same. Now, I said that story for a reason. Because no, I wasn't abused as a child. Please get over it. The smack, not a big deal. 54, almost 55 years old. Really, didn't change my life. What's more important about that is I wasn't thinking. I wasn't thinking about what I was saying. I was just reacting. I was just trying to be tough and make a statement right then and there without any thought about what was coming out of my mouth, without understanding the meaning of the words that I was saying, without thinking about the consequences of what I was saying and how it was affecting other people. That's what we're seeing in the World Cup right now. That's what we're seeing from the Biden-Harris administration, Democrats in Congress, progressives in general. That's what we are seeing on so many issues. They aren't thinking it through. They're just snapping out these emotional responses, and they're not thinking about, okay, and how's that going to affect everyone else? What's going to be the result? What is the consequence of what everyone else is doing? They're not thinking about how this is going to impact your life. And it does. Without question, it does. If you don't think it affects your life, go and fill up go to your gas station, fill up your tank full of gas. Tell me it doesn't cost more money today than it did in the past. Hello, and thank you for calling into the program. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I'm your host, Michael Voss, and may I ask, what's your first name?
Can you hear me okay, Mike?
Yeah, I hear you fine, John.
Oh, yeah, I've just been listening the last 10, 15 minutes. I think that maybe you're not so stupid after all, and I'll tell you what I mean.
Okay.
They want a confrontation. They want a terrorist attack. They want one. That way they can pull in more of our rights. They can clamp down on more things and say, see, it's the white supremacists and the Islamic terrorists. We need to do this. We need to do that. All the things that came from 9/11 through the Patriot Act, just crank it up some more. That looks like that may be the plan.
That's far more insidious than I would have ever given them. One, it takes more intelligence and planning than I've ever given them credit for.
Here, let me switch here because I can barely hear you. Let me try just talking on the phone, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, still there?
Yeah, I'm still here. So I have to say, John, I've never given the Biden-Harris administration that much credit because their international policy doesn't exist. But you make a great point that this could be a way to get in a new set of Patriot Act kind of legislation where they get to restrict our freedoms and increase the power of the government. That terrifies me.
I remember. I was on city council during 9/11, the Patriot Act. And we had a long discussion on it because we used to talk about international and national affairs on the council. I thought it was kind of cool. And we were pretty open about subject matter. It wasn't just local city and county stuff.
Right.
And I was against it. And everybody was of course, you got to remember it was 7-2 Democrats back then when I used to be a Democrat. They were pretty upset. I'm like, guys, you're missing this big picture here. Now we have secret FISA courts. Now people being accused, we go to sue. You can't get the depositions of the people that supposedly said statements and have evidence against you. You can't even get what the evidence is against you. That's Soviet Union type stuff.
Yeah, I've never agreed with the secret courts. I don't like the Patriot Act. because there should never be a secret court where the government can just accuse you and convict you without ever letting you know what happened.
Well, that's what the big argument was. Well, John, you got a lot of influence. What I did at the time.
Yeah.
You got a lot of influence over a lot of people, and they hear you say that kind of thing, and it's going to make it harder to catch terrorists if we don't bend these constitutional rules. And I go, well, then it's harder.
Yeah. We'll just deal with it being harder.
Well, they go, well, that's your answer? I go, well, yeah.
But that scares me because God forbid that's a plan for 2024. Let's have an international conflict because the United States doesn't like to change presidents or change policies in the middle of a war. That terrifies me. That someone would use that as an election strategy. But it does seem to fit because what other policy do we have? Am I wrong on that, John? In your opinion, does the Biden-Harris administration have an international policy at all?
This doesn't fit in with international policy, but it's part of the sickness of the disease. When you see things like queers for Palestine, that kind of stupidity.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, when Biden got elected, a little bit of faith I had. I thought the Democrat Party was completely destroyed, but I had a tiny, tiny, tiny bit left that maybe, just maybe, 1%, 2%, 3% of higher up Democrats or people in elected office or positions of authority do get it, and they're just waiting their time, till this wave of woke nonsense goes over. And then Fetterman won. And I thought to myself, you know what? The Democrat Party is over. They're finished.
Well,
there's no saving, not even a 1% chance.
Well, it's because we're seeing the progressives take over. Hakeem Jeffries is trying to become the minority leader.
But the average voter walking around doesn't. He may go along with the woke stuff so he can get along with his family and his colleagues at work. But when you go to vote, they don't know who you're voting for, and they still voted for him. They're too far gone.
It terrifies me, man, because
they're too far gone. You can lie, to your spouse, your friends. When they go to vote, they're never going to find out who you really voted for. You can lie about that, but they don't. They're finished. The Democrat Party is finished.
Yeah, but they're taking us with them because
like a wounded animal. They're lashing out.
I get it. They can lash out, but they're taking us all down. This is my biggest problem. Isn't the World Cup? It isn't their anti-gay religion or their positions. That's their country. That's their people. They need to deal with that. We can say, hey, you shouldn't be anti-gay. You shouldn't be anti-women. We can say that all day. I have no problem with that. But now we've taken a step that is inviting action and violence against Americans.
Because we want action and violence to be perpetrated on our citizens so we can have more power and control.
That is evil. That is an evil, if that is correct.
Well, you're right.
That would be evil.
It is evil, but it's effective.
Of course it's effective, but it's
and
evil.
If it's effective, the end justifies the means. That's the way the left has always been.
I have no love of the left. Everyone knows that. I've been very clear about that. But I have always tried to believe that the overwhelming majority, at least in the leadership, do not believe in violence. They're not the progressives like progressive leaders of tomorrow, the democratic socialists of Ithaca that believe in violence. I've always tried to believe that. But if you're right, and I hadn't considered that this is their end goal, that they want a conflict, because I just can't think of them being that evil.
I mean, I'm not picking up your dog barking, but you got a neighbor with a barking dog, and the dog barks all the time. It's a real pain in the behind. So what you do is you antagonize the dog so it bites you or a member of your family, so the dog gets put down. That's your goal. You want the dog gone, so you let yourself get bit once or twice or three times, and the local authorities come in, take the dog, and put him down.
See, and that's just an evil way of thinking about that, because
they got what they wanted. They got the dog is gone.
See, but I have trouble attributing that kind of evil to any party, any individual. I'm not saying you're wrong. The logic makes sense. That's the problem. It makes sense. It fits in the policy, and it fits with election policy. fits the progressive viewpoint, which is why that really terrifies me. And maybe that's why the rest of the world isn't hearing about this. Rather, I should say the United States.
When you have probably 40, 50, maybe even 60% of Democrats in the country of voting age, or people that do vote, that really and really truly think that the Republicans are white supremacists and Nazis and fascists, they'll do anything to destroy them by any means necessary because it's righteous.
But it's terrifying to me.
Would you? I mean, that's the old intellectual question. If you were in Germany
and baby
just
Hitler,
prior to World War I, would you kill the young Hitler?
Yeah, baby Hitler or young Hitler.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I mean, that's the question. Would you would kill an infant to avoid World War II? Because any means necessary to stop the evil. And they consider Republicans, in many cases, especially Trump, they consider him evil.
That's just, it's so, but that is such short-sighted and stupid thinking. It's the consequences of something like that. God help me, John. I hope we are wrong. There are many things that we talk about on this program. I want to be wrong. I don't want predictions to be coming true because they're not good. And I truly hope and pray that we're wrong, that this conversation we're having has nothing to do with what they thought. Because if even one person in the Biden-Harris administration or in Congress right now,
no, they're going to keep pushing. They got 2 years to go, my friend. They got until January 24th, 2025 at noon.
Can you, the hell that can bring, if that is their ideology, if that's their policy, foreign policy with the Middle East, the hell that could bring down, not just on the United States, Americans overseas on vacation, or people domestically when they cross our borders, as they have done, but we're talking about all of our allies, everyone in Israel. We're talking about their connections to North Korea, therefore our allies in South Korea and in Japan, who are under attack as we speak. We have Europe. Oh, God, this is devastating.
I think the ray of light that people don't really see is Andrew Breitbart that says politics is downstream from culture, right?
Yeah.
And everybody thinks, well, Elon Musk's taking over Twitter. That's fun to follow. He's a troll. He's a funny guy, blah, blah, blah. But this is huge in so many cultural and political ways. If Elon Musk had owned Twitter in early 2020, Donald Trump would still be president.
Well, yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that the social media which they used dovetail together as their ally in the mainstream media, that narrative is starting to crumble and the real truth is getting out. Now, is it coming? Will it change people and convince the people that need convincing as fast as you and I would like? Probably not. But that is the only hope for us, that the truth slowly over time just oozes out. And people, it's really hard. I mean, when I left the Democrat Party, it's hard for a grown person. And I was involved heavy in local politics.
I know.
It's hard for a person, especially a grown person that used to be elected official, to admit their entire life they were wrong. It's not that easy.
No, and that's why we see a lot of people who are lean left, who are part of it. They don't want to give up their ideology.
I knew I was wrong and still wouldn't admit it for a long time.
Yeah, they often, I have conversations with the far left, whether it's on Twitter or in person. They refuse to accept the consequences of their policies and how it negatively impacts people. They won't touch it. They're like, you're just wrong.
Do I think that Joe Biden and some of his higher ups and his staff sit around the Oval or sit around the White House going, boy, I wish Obama would go off and kill a bunch of kids? I don't think that. No. I don't think that.
No, but they're
going to keep pushing until you get a reaction.
Yeah, but this is the same thing. They don't have to say, oh, I hope this person goes and there's some kind of mass shooting. No, I don't think they think that. But their actions lead to the same consequence, whether it's those words or thoughts directly. it's still the same result.
I used to think on this topic about, you know, terrorism and pushing our enemies and doing everything in their power to make sure that they're so pissed off that they lose their minds. I used to think they were just stupid and naive and knew nothing about world affairs.
No.
I'm more convinced now that they're a lot smarter, like I said at the beginning, that we give them credit for. They're pushing and they're going to get a reaction. It's going to happen.
See,
and then you get to look at the approval rating of George Bush.
Yeah.
Before 9/11, his approval rating was crap.
Yeah.
After 9/11, it was like 70%.
I understand, but
and that's kind of like that's pretty much the tactic.
But the thing is, and the sad part is, we know that they have people who are smarter than me, smarter than you, get paid all the big bucks, have all the information to put it all together, and someone on their team has to have said what we're saying right now. Started where I came up and said, hey, here's the consequences. And someone else said, well, if those are the consequences, by the way, and they came up with the same conclusion you did.
But I think what you're doing is you're saying they're sitting around and there's a few smart people, and we're going to say short term, this is going to cause X.
Yeah. And
but they're thinking years down the road. Some of them are that smart.
I think I would hope and pray. Yeah, they should be. It has to be.
Because they want control and power, because they think their ideology is right. And we will do whatever it takes to take over and convince the vast majority of the American people that we're right. If some have to die along the way, then so be it.
You know, that's
just like the Soviets.
Well, yeah, it's like several dictatorships that I can think of. It is terrifying.
It's changing hearts and minds, and that's where I think the only little bit of daylight that might creep through this is things like Elon Musk buying Twitter. Now, the vast majority of the American people aren't on Twitter. They're saying, well, what do I care? No, it is a big deal.
Well,
it has a major effect. It's like Uncle Tom's Cabin was written just before the Civil War. Nobody knew that would escalate into something that would start a fire that would almost burn the country down. But it did.
No.
But it did. It's culture. That Uncle Tom's Cabin was a cultural phenomenon.
See, but here's the thing, and I want to say this because I think it's important to add in here. Obviously, we don't advocate any of this. We're just making logical conclusions. And I hope we're wrong. But even
I can't come to any other conclusion. I looked at all the data, and I can't figure out hide nor hair of it except for that.
No, I agree with you. I think the conclusion is absolutely logical. It makes sense to me. I hadn't gotten there yet, but it makes sense pointing it out. But here's my thing.
Yeah.
For everyone else who's listening to this, because this should scare you. It should terrify you because it makes sense, because it is logical and it is a potential conclusion or consequence. You need to be in touch with your politicians and say to them, now, don't wait for January 2023. Now, you have to get out to them and you have to let them know this is unacceptable.
We have a new Congress member, Molinaro, so.
And I'm going to reach out to him on this. I've written letters to many members of Congress. I'll write another one.
And I talk to Claudia every once in a while. I got her personal cell number, Claudia Tenney, for those of you out there. And I like Claudia a lot. She's a good egg.
Yes, she is.
She actually came for a meet and greet. I had my store for a chess tournament. And only 2 people showed up, and she stayed 3 hours. And I thought to myself, that's character.
No, that's Claudia. I've known her for 8 years.
No, she could have said, she thought to herself and her aide that was there, the girl, and said, I'm not going to get much mileage out of this, so maybe we'll spend a half an hour leave. She was there almost 3 hours talking to people. That impressed me more than anything.
No, she's one of the really good ones out there who tries, who is actually trying and believes what she's doing.
But you're right, though. You'd be surprised. And I used to be a local elected official. Granted, it was just a city councilman. I didn't have a lot of authority and power. You'd be surprised if you get 4, 5, 6, 8 phone calls. You'd be surprised. Even the people who don't agree with you stop and pause and go, wait a minute, maybe I ought to rethink my position. It has a lot more impact than you think, just like the woke have an impact on the rest of the country.
No, I've seen it myself. And obviously doing what I do, I reach a lot of politicians. You know this, John. Everyone in central New York knows who I am, and many members of Congress. And I I do have these conversations. I have some of their phone numbers. I reach out to them. They do think about this. And the thing I hear from them a lot is, but Mike, who else is, I understand where you are. Who else is saying that? I need people. I need people. Very often, and tell me if I'm wrong, John, you've been in elected office.
Let me suggest this. A lot of you know, there's 9 people here live, but a lot of people are going to see this video after you archive it. Or there's Facebook too. After you archive it, you're going to get quite a bit more. Get a little network of people, 6, 8, 10, counting family, co-workers, friends. 6, 8, 10 isn't that much. And have we'll call it a phone bank type thing, where you guys all decide, you text each other, you can put everybody on the same text and say, listen, here's the issue. The issue is X. All of us are going to call Molinaro's office. All of us are going to call Claudia Tenney or call a Democrat congressman and use that power to try to influence. You'd be surprised how much that has an impact.
Yeah, I agree.
And it costs you nothing.
No,
it costs you 5 minutes of your time, which you would spend 10 times that arguing with your friends about the topic anyways. You might as well call a Congress member.
No, it costs nothing but the impact. God,
it's called participatory government for a reason. If you don't participate, the whole thing collapses.
Exactly. And we believe in that. We need to be in touch with them.
But I really, truly think, though, they're looking for an incident.
Well, we need to stop that before it ever happens. Hopefully we can.
I mean, it's like standing at the Walmart, the mall parking lot, and then I'll bottle those bottles of booze to all the drivers. Well, they know eventually it's going to be a bunch of DWI wrecks and maybe even a death.
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing.
No, it makes sense, John. It really does. It's dark, and I'm sorry that we have to. I'm sorry that we have to even consider that. But it's real. But it's real.
What you got to do is, whether you agree with them or not, or whether you think they're crazy or not, it's really hard, and it takes a lifetime to learn how to put yourself in your enemy's position.
No,
that's hard. That's hard to do for a lot of people. I've learned a little bit how to do it, but I've got a long ways to go.
It's Sun Tzu. It's one of the oldest military tactics ever. Know thy enemy.
Pure and simple. And no matter how crazy it is, like the old Sherlock Holmes saying, why are they doing all these things to piss off the entire world, especially people that will react violently? Oh, you eliminate all the logical reasons, and the one that's left has to be correct. That's the old Sherlock Holmes quote. No matter how crazy it is, the only one that's left has to be the answer.
Yeah, Occam's razor. The simplest answer is usually correct.
The simplest solution is normally the correct one.
Yeah.
I believe they do it. They're doing it on purpose. Now, is Joe Biden that's stupid like he knows? No, but I think his people do. I think the military guys do. I think the FBI does. I think the CIA does.
Oh, yeah, that's their job is to. There's at least some portion of them.
Their job now is to whip up a terrorist attack so they can move in and have more power and control. That seems to be their new mantra.
Well, again, they have people who are there just to think tank this stuff and work it down the line and go, take it all the way down, take it down 10 years, take it down 20 years. What is the end result? What happens? They've got teams of people to do that. That's their job. So I know they are thinking of this. This is a scenario, I guarantee you, and I can try and reach out to the contacts I have in the FBI.
How does that go? Wag the dog?
Yeah, that's it. Wag the dog. Great movie, by the way.
Yeah, I remember this old Bill Clinton saying, I think.
Yeah, and the movie was exactly endemic of it. It was perfect.
But I think now is that they see themselves. There's so few enemies for them to go after that are real enemies. I mean, they're going after religious people for protesting abortion clinics and stuff. They're not real criminals, and they know that.
Yeah, that's
so they need to cause an incident so they can be useful again. I really and truly believe that's true.
I don't know. It scares me.
And then they can go after the people they think are political enemies and say they're tied in with them and destroy their lives. I mean, even if you're innocent, the punishment is the process. You're in for 20, 30, 40 grand to defend yourself.
I know.
That's how you go after your political enemies. You have a real enemy, and then tie them all in together. It's the oldest trick there is.
Oh yeah. Paint your enemies.
I mean,
is
that's
the worst
you know
thing
when
ever.
they went into Poland, the Reichstag burning. I mean, the list is endless. We can go through the whole list in history. It's happened dozens of times.
It's classic. It's a classic strategy. Paint your enemies.
But here's the thing, though, it's effective. So you have to give them credit for that, even though it's evil. They see it's effective, and they say the end justifies the means.
Evil is always effective, and that's the problem.
I pray to God that I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
The same. I want to be wrong. I really want to be wrong, but it's a consequence that means we should realistically.
And we've got 2 years to go to the presidential election. God only knows what's going to happen until then.
Well, we have some indicators. But let me do this.
I mean, it's going to be like all you out there, especially you younger people that are listening, go to, you probably can still find it online. Go to the 1970s. I think it was 74, if I'm not mistaken. I just got out of high school in 74. The old movie Network. That was way before its time.
Don't know.
Have you ever seen the movie Network?
Oh, Network, the movie Network. Yeah, I've seen it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's
Yeah, it was 74.
So it predicts what's happening so much. It's freaking scary.
Yeah, that and V for Vendetta.
And that was the 1970s. And here's the thing, though: technology changes. Some countries get stronger, some get weaker. But people are still people, whether it's 1700 or 2001.
Yeah, people are always the same.
You're always going to fall for the same tricks and the same BS and the same tactics. We just have to keep our heads down and hope to get through it.
Yeah, whether it's a Nigerian prince sending you an email about you just won a bunch of money, or someone selling you the Brooklyn Bridge, it's all the same thing.
Well, I'll let you go in case somebody else wants to call in.
Definitely. Thank you for bringing that up. That's the food for thought. That's what the program's about. So I thank you for that, John.
Okay, Mike.
All right.
Take care.
You too.
Bye.
And folks, whether you agree with me and John or not, it's okay. If you think we're wrong in that conclusion, that's okay. I want your opinion. I want your thoughts. I want you to think. Unlike the Biden-Harris administration, unlike progressives, I want you to think. I want you to consider this, and I want you to tell me if you think I'm wrong, if you think John is wrong. Is this not a possibility? And if it is even a small possibility, if it's even 1% possible, which I think it is far, far more than that, in discussing this with John and looking at what we have seen, I think it's far more than just 1% possible. Doesn't that mean you should reach out to your members of Congress, your members of the Senate, to your elected leaders and say, don't do this. Don't let this happen. Don't go down this road. It is far too dangerous. It is far too negative. It is dark. And this isn't a Batman movie. This is reality. People will die. People will die. So that's one aspect. And I thank John for bringing that up and working through this. It makes sense. And I'm telling you, we need to speak out. Please reach out to your member of Congress. I'm going to reach out. Claudia Tenney is a friend. I'm going to reach out to her about this. I'm going to reach out to Mark Molinaro and his campaign, who I believe we will be doing an interview with in the near term, Representative Molinaro, about his campaign, what he's looking to do when he gets into Congress in January of 2023. We've been talking with his team. We'll be working out that date. But this is something we need to talk about. It needs more discussion. We need to be aware of it. And there's a reason why the major news media aren't telling you about this. Because notice, we started thinking about what's happening in the World Cup. That brings us to international and foreign policy. That brings us to what John was saying, could be an attack on the United States in the future. These things are connected. They do take time. The dominoes do fall. And it is a potential eventuality. If we do nothing about it, we have nothing to stop that. And that's something we can do. We can stop that. We are the government, not our elected leaders. We are the government. We get to choose this. And if that scares you, because it scares me, talk to them and tell them, let's not go down that path. There's another alternative. Let's figure it out. But I also said that I wanted to talk about another part of the international policy. And yes, we will be getting to Trump. We will be talking about Biden's gun ban. We're going to talk about that. We're going to get to it. But I want to also mention something else that you may not be aware of. Back in, and I want to show you this. You may remember that it was Bernie Sanders who was telling the United States that, you may recall, he was talking about Venezuela and that it was the newest version of socialism, and that Venezuelan socialism was a model of socialism that we, the United States, needed to follow. We needed to be like, what is the quote here? The American dream is more apt to be realized in Venezuela than in America. This was Bernie Sanders in 2011. Bernie Sanders, a self-avowed communist, a socialist. He believed that America needed to adopt socialism like Venezuela and become a socialist nation like Venezuela. Well, Venezuela in 2016, 2017, 18, 19, that nation wound up killing its own people. In fact, from 2016 to 2021, over 20,000 people have been killed by the Venezuelan government. And they got killed by the Venezuelan government because, as part of socialism, they didn't have a Second Amendment. They lost all of their rights to be able to defend themselves. They said the government would do it. The police would take care of you. You wouldn't have to worry about crime. You don't have to worry about food. Venezuela, at the time, in 2016, was one of the richest nations in all of South America. They were a leading exporter of oil, and they were living well. They had one of the highest qualities of life in 2015 into 2016. And then the socialists came in, like Bernie Sanders had wanted. They took away people's rights to defend themselves. They asserted the rights of the government over the people, and Venezuela killed its people, starved its people. Zoos were emptied as people killed the animals in the zoos so that they would have food. People were eating out of garbage. And that is one of the reasons why we have seen that the one of the leading numbers of people illegally entering America are Venezuelans. We know for a fact from the CDC, 2018, 2019, 2020, the increase in measles and mumps throughout South America has exponentially increased because of Venezuela, the failure of their medicines and their medical care of their citizens because socialism failed. So they killed their people. Their people are more diseased. And this is not about them as a people of color. It is because of their government and the failure of their government. And those people have left that nation and they're coming to the United States illegally, one of the largest groups of people coming into the United States illegally. Now, why am I mentioning all that? I mention that because the United States, as a reaction to that, decided that we needed to put sanctions on Venezuela, the Venezuelan government, because they were killing their own people. Because they killed 20,000 of their own people. I was talking about this in 2019, and I've had videos on this talking about how Venezuela had killed over at the time, in 2019, we knew they had killed 5,200 of their own people. And that has only grown. It's gotten 4 times as bad since then. Bernie Sanders was unequivocally wrong. Socialism was bad and terrifying to the people of Venezuela. And today, Joe Biden is releasing the sanctions on Venezuela. Venezuela is just as deadly today as it was on Friday. Venezuela is still as oppressive today as it was on Friday, as it was in 2019, as it was in 2016. It's still oppressive and killing their own people. Their people are starving. Their people are getting measles and mumps at exponential rates. They are still leaving. They're in a mass exodus out of Venezuela, coming to the United States. That is, nothing has changed in the last 5 years, except that Joe Biden has now released and reduced the sanctions on the Venezuelan government because they promised that they're going to help on human rights, that they're going to consider treating their people a little bit better, killing less of their own people. And at the same time that he decided to make this deal over this weekend to help because of humanitarian aid, to give the corrupt Venezuelan government money, he is freeing up money for that corrupt government that is killing its own people, starving its own people, forcing its own people to run to the United States to live a life that is better. He gave them money, and then he also made an oil deal. This is a fact. This is coming from the Financial Times. Chevron is going to resume Venezuelan oil production as the U.S. is easing sanctions on Venezuela. Quote, the relaxation of oil sanctions signals a major change in Washington's posture towards the Venezuelan government. The U.S. had previously sought to force the authoritarian president, Nicolas Maduro, someone that even Democrats admitted is a dictator and is bad. Even Bernie Sanders had to say this. Going on. In 2019, it recognized opposition leader Juan Guaido as the country's legitimate leader alongside dozens of allies after claiming the Maduro stole the presidency in rigged elections in 2018. For the censors, that is the Venezuelan government that had bad elections in 2018. Please don't strike my channel for something I'm talking about world politics. Going on, they say, under the sanctions imposed by the Trump administration in 2019 as part of its maximum pressure campaign against Maduro, a dictator killing his own people, Chevron was only allowed to maintain its assets in Venezuela, not to export its crude or expand operations. We stopped them. We shut down that country. We stopped funding a dictatorship that was killing its own people and forcing its people into starvation. Going to Time magazine. And this is the U.S. eases sanctions on Venezuela with Chevron resuming oil output. This is from November 26th, yesterday. You may not have noticed that article. And in that article, they state, where is it? I lost my spot here. Chevron has a 6-month license. Okay, for 6 months, they're going to be able to go into Venezuela and increase the oil. Gee, do you know why they are doing this? Because we have no energy policy, because America is not energy independent, and we are currently pissing off OPEC. That's why they cut oil production by 2 million barrels a day. They don't respect Biden or Kamala Harris. They don't fear Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Democrats. They don't have an international policy, a foreign policy with the Middle East. And we're pissing off the Middle East with our stupid ideas about the World Cup as we are putting in place. And when we do that, we have to find that oil from somewhere else. And so we are going to Russia? No, we can't go to Russia. We've already told them we have sanctions with them. We're going to Venezuela, a country that kills its own people, that starves its own people, that is leaving its people with diseases and forcing them out of that nation. And somehow, the Biden-Harris administration wants us to think that these two things aren't connected. That even though back to back, Biden cut the sanctions, asked them to promise to do humanitarian aid, gave them money, and then made a deal with Chevron going into Venezuela to give the United States oil. Gee, isn't that odd how those two things happened within 24 hours of each other but they're not connected. Don't think, obey. It has nothing to do with it. The media told you so. Am I wrong here? By the way, yes, this is to try and keep the price of oil down, which won't happen. It takes months. It could take a year for them to be able to get enough oil to reduce the prices here in the United States. It can take up to a year. So this isn't a quick fix. This isn't replacing the United States being energy independent. And what we are absolutely doing is giving money not only to Chevron, because the profit will be going to Chevron. So for all the far left out there who say, oh, the United States is, Republicans want to give money to oil companies. This is a Democrat, the Democrats in the White House who are giving money to oil companies because the profits are going to Chevron. So there goes that idea that we keep being told in the news media that Republicans are all about the oil. Well, the Democrats are giving the oil to Chevron. But it is also, whether they want to admit it or not, some of that money is going to fund the government of Venezuela, which, unlike what Bernie Sanders promised in 2011, actually is a hellhole that is killing its own people. That is socialism. It did the same thing that every socialist nation has ever done in the history of mankind. There has never been a reaction to socialism that does not at some point wind up doing exactly what Venezuela is doing, that China is doing, that Russia has done, that North Korea is doing, that Cuba is doing. Look at every socialist nation in the world. They all wind up in the same place. No matter the promise you get from Bernie Sanders, no matter the promise they make, it always ends the same way. And now we are going to give them money so that Joe Biden can promise you that there's going to be oil and that inflation won't be that bad. Well, guess what? He was wrong about inflation back in February in 2021 when we warned you about it. He was wrong about the economy and the recession this February 2022 when we warned you about it. And now he's going to come out and say, don't worry, this is going to make sure that energy prices aren't that bad. Well, you promised us they weren't going to get that bad in the first place. He's a liar. He has lied to us. We have caught him in these lies. It's not a misstatement. He has lied. And now his actions, because he's trying to cover up and fix the problem he created, that he and Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, the problems that they created for the United States that reversed our economy in less than a year, has taken us from being a good economy to a recession in less than a year. This man is now in the process of making it worse, not just for the United States, but for the world. Again, what America is doing doesn't just stop at our borders. The impact goes worldwide, and it comes back to us worldwide. We are going to increase the ability of the Venezuelan Maduro government to be able to kill its own people, to be able to starve its own people, and that means we're going to get more illegal immigrants coming into the United States. And that's going to be more of a burden on our nation. As we have 5 million illegal aliens entering our nation, that we have an open border, which has allowed terrorists, actual terrorists, to be caught as they were trying to plan to assassinate our elected leaders. These are all facts. None of this is a conclusion based on some wild speculation. These are facts. They have happened. And it's going to get worse because Joe Biden wants to look good. And he's telling you to obey and not to think, to not even think 1 second into the future and say, what is the consequence of this? He doesn't want you to think, hey, why is Joe Biden suddenly reversing all of the policies of the United States, not just President Trump, but President Obama as well? Why is he reversing the policies there that were protecting or trying to protect the people of Venezuela? Why is he going to reverse that and empower a government, a dictatorship that has been denounced by Democrats and progressives and socialists? Why is he going to reverse that? Oh, because he made America energy dependent and pissed off Russia and OPEC at the same time, so we don't have what we need. Our people are in trouble. Our people and the world are hurting because of his bad policy decisions. And now he's trying to cover it up. Don't think about it. Don't ask why we got into this situation. Don't ask us why we have to beg and help a vile dictator who kills his own people. Don't think about that. You just have to accept that he has a solution to the energy problem. No, it's not an answer to the energy problem. It's only making the world worse. Do you think I am wrong? Yes, I'm passionate about this. Yes, I'm excited about this. Because I think it's evil to empower dictators that kill their own people, that starve their own people, that allow their people to have rampant disease and send them off to us to take care of their problem. I have an issue with that. It endangers the United States. It weakens the United States. It causes more global instability, and that is a problem. And the problem has a cause which is easily identifiable, as I have just shown it to you, that we have been tracking, and the news media does not want to tell you this. They do not want you to think about this. They don't want you to think about how we got to this point or what does it mean for the world. But the rest of the world's paying attention. The rest of the world knows this is going to make things worse, not better. Do you think I am wrong? If you think I am wrong, you can call in. You heard John Cordisco call in. He gave us his idea. You can call in 607-242-9247. You can say, Mike, I think you're wrong. It doesn't make sense to me. Tell me why. You can say, no, Mike, there's some evidence out there that you haven't seen yet. Take a look at it. There's something else. Please show me that I am wrong. Tell me that there is another outcome, another conclusion that we can make based on the evidence that we have, knowing the history as it truly exists. Not the revision, not the pie in the sky, rainbows and unicorns version. I'm talking about the actual facts that we know that exist. Tell me how this isn't the outcome. And tell me how this is going to help America. Because it doesn't. This isn't going to help us in any way. We can't get enough oil from Venezuela to make up for what OPEC, the best we can get out of Venezuela, 300,000 barrels a day. OPEC cut 2 million barrels a day. We're not making up the difference. It's not enough. Why are we doing this half-assed solution to a problem that is far bigger? Because we can't resolve it with OPEC and we can't resolve it with Russia, and we aren't energy independent. There is a consequence to these actions. When you virtue signal, it doesn't stop there. The virtue signal leads to a consequence after that, and that usually isn't good. Joe Biden said, cut the pipeline with Canada, the XL pipeline, firing 11,000 Americans, increasing unemployment, affecting tens of thousands of Americans as a consequence, and ending and helping to end our energy independence. He cut the leases to build the roads and to deliver the oil for the United States, knowing that it would make us not energy independent. He knew that. He killed our independence. He made us dependent on foreign oil, and everything has flowed from there. Venezuela is a consequence of America not being energy independent because Joe Biden wanted to make some progressives feel great about windmills and solar panels that do not replace the energy. Let me go to some of the comments. Tell me if you think I'm wrong, folks. I'm happy to hear it. If there's a progressive who is listening to this, a Democrat that's listening to this, if you love Joe Biden and his policies, if you love green energy, fantastic. Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me how I am wrong in the evidence that I'm providing and that I can provide going back well over 2 decades. I'll be happy to have that conversation. Tell me where in the last 2 decades the information I have coming from the government and from the far left itself is wrong. Let me get back to some of the comments here. See, I wanted to talk about this because I know no one else is talking about this. No one is talking about this. No one is being honest with you. No one is saying, here's all the things in front of us. Look how this works out. So let me see. I'm just going back a little bit here. So Joe Biden is making deals with to bring illegals into the United States. These are deals. This is increasing the number of illegal aliens that are coming in. Because if your government was already killing your people and now they have more money to kill even more of their people, would you stick around? Users Been Banned says, yeah, Venezuela will empty the prisons kind of like Cuba did and send them. They've already done that, by the way. Users Been Banned, they've already emptied a lot of their prisons. They've already sent a lot of their bad people, like Cuba did, to the United States. It's not over yet. Users Banned says, can't go to Canada because their oil is less green or something. Well, yeah, under Prime Minister Trudeau, Canada is becoming even more green than the United States. They're reducing their energy output, and we've already cut that off. The oil sand deals that we had, which is the XL pipeline, the deals we had with Canada, when we ended that, a lot of people don't realize this. When Joe Biden said the XL pipeline, shut it down, end that, Canada sold their oil to Russia. They sold it to China because they still had the oil. The oil had to be sold. Somebody was going to get it. So China and Russia said they'll buy it. And we knew that that was going to happen. So Joe Biden helped Russia and China get oil to be energy independent, but he didn't help the United States. Even though Canada's our closest ally, literally, they're right connected to us. Canada wanted the United States to have this. It was easier, more energy efficient. It was more beneficial to them. It was good international relations. It was good for their economy. It was good for our economy. But instead, Joe Biden said, no, screw all that. We're going to send the oil over to to China, and we're going to be dependent on OPEC and Russia and Venezuela. Gee, how's that working out for the world? Dow says that Schumer is saying that we need illegal aliens because our working population has declined to the point of unsustainability because no one is having enough children. That is stupid. And let me explain why that is. Because we do have enough people. We have too many Americans who feel entitled and they don't believe that they should be carpenters or electricians or plumbers or machinists. We have told them that they need to go to college, that they have to work in computer programming and not in wiring electricity. And because we don't have kids, and it is a fact, there is a dearth of actual machinists and manual laborers in our nation, skilled manual labor, like electricians and carpenters, plumbers and machinists. We have a dearth of that. We have a shortage of that. It is a growing, these people can make $250,000 or more a year. Yes, it is a hard job, but it is a necessary job. And you can be able to program computers all day and night, the best in the world. If you can't turn on your light switch and electricity flows, you're not turning on a computer to be able to run a program. We have convinced our kids that they are above that and that they don't have to do that work. And that's where we need illegal aliens. That's why we're bringing them in. We're bringing in skilled labor from around the world to do the work we have convinced American children not to do, to their detriment, and our infrastructure is falling apart because of it. When Obama decided in 2010, 2012, he decided that America was going to be a service economy instead of a manufacturing economy. We stopped employing our skilled labor and we started losing the ability to maintain our infrastructure. And now we have to rely on people from other countries to do the work for us. Schumer he's changing the view on this, saying, well, we need illegal aliens because no one will do the work. It's because you told them not to do the work. You told them that they are entitled and that work is beneath them. And you convinced the youth that they don't make money at it, even though they make more money at skilled labor with a trade skill than they will going to college, getting $100,000 in debt, knowing how to weave baskets and do lesbian dance theory. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. It's not the same. So he is lying. And it is somewhat like slavery. You're right, Dow. And it is a welfare pyramid scheme, as user has been banned has pointed out. Dow mentions, I don't think that people realize that those inflationary numbers are thrown out every month is not how inflation is measured when compared each other in the same year. Inflation is measured by year-to-year numbers. Well, the problem is, Dow, people are looking at these monthly numbers and they don't look at what's in the numbers. When they tell us, oh, inflation went down. Yeah, but everything that you do, energy is still up, food is up and increasing, electricity is up, gasoline is still up by double digits in every single one of those categories. But, oh yeah, used cars went down a little bit because people don't buy used cars during the winter. People buy less cars during the winter when there's snow and cold weather and they're driving less. So you have less people buying used cars. Oh, people aren't buying swimsuits or new dresses or clothes during the winter because it's the winter. They're staying indoors more often. They're not outside. They're not going to a beach. They're not having a picnic. You're not seeing people buy more clothes during the winter. It is normal. So when they say, oh, prices have gone down, the price for rent didn't go down. The price for electricity and food didn't go down. The cost of gas and electricity, they're not down. Yeah, you're spending less on buying clothes. You're indoors. You're spending less because you're not buying more used cars. You're driving less. It's the winter. That doesn't mean that inflation has gone down or things are better. It means that we're in the winter. Inflation is still real and it is still up, but people look at the headline. The headline says inflation went down, and they don't look at, oh, where's inflation? Let me prove it to you. Let me prove it to you. It's not just me saying this. I can prove it, not because I think so, not because I say so. Let's go to the government itself so I can show you this. This is the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics going on the Consumer Price Index. This is inflation. Going in there, looking at the summary. This is from the United States government, November 10th of 2022. And you can see on the screen, these are the numbers. The food is up. This is food. Food is up. Energy, these are up. These are increases. It's up. Gas is up. Oil is up. I stand corrected. Electricity is down 1.2% for the month and up 15% for the year. And that was energy prices, excuse me. Electricity is up. Gas up 20% for the year, down 4% for the month. Watch that number change. Remember, we were using the United States oil reserves to be able to keep these prices down for the election. Gee, what do you think happens now that we're not using the reserve anymore and OPEC has cut its oil? Okay. If you think it means we're going to have even lower prices during the winter, okay, we'll see how that works out. So again, look at the things that are up. And what's down? Used cars. What's down? Clothing. Gee, do you understand? When you look at the numbers, not the headline, you suddenly see a very different story. which is why they're telling you the headline and not the actual news. They don't expect you to actually look into this, to pay attention, to look at the details. They expect you to look at the headline and obey. That's it. They said, inflation is down. Yay! I'm telling you, it's up because the cost of food is up, because the cost of energy is up. Everything that you buy and need in your life is up. And the things that you're not buying, that went down. Of course, supply and demand. You're buying less clothing, you're buying less cars. No wonder that went down. They were using the strategic oil reserves on purpose, and they told you this, to keep the prices down. That ended immediately after the election. As soon as the election came, they stopped helping to prop up the prices, or rather push down the prices, because you can no longer vote against any of the people. They're already elected. So it's too late. You lose. Don't worry about it. Done. They don't have to pay attention to that anymore. So now the prices can go back up to where they really should be. The price is up. Inflation is up. It's a game. And these games have negative consequences to you. Now, I want to make sure you see this. And this isn't just an American thing, it's happening in China too. The Chinese government appears to have drastically underestimated the growing discontent toward their zero pandemic approach, a policy inextricably linked to Mr. Xi Jinping, who is the head of the Chinese Communist government, the Communist Party, who pledged that there's no swerving from the policy. Who else told people recently that there was going to be no change in policies? Joe Biden. After the election, as soon as he got the votes that he wanted, was able to maintain control over the Senate, he instantly came out and the first thing he said is, even though more Republicans showed up to vote in the nation, more people, we saw more of a move towards conservatism throughout the United States, with the polls telling us that all Americans do not like the path that we are on, that we do not trust Joe Biden on economic or international policy. He said, we're going to stay the course. We're going to keep doing the same thing. He's not going to change a single thing. Why? Because your vote's already been made. Too late, you lose. He doesn't have to do anything, just like Xi Jinping. They're not changing their policy. But in China, in a nation where people are told it is expected that they're just going to obey, they are revolting. They are protesting. Chinese government doesn't know what to do. They don't have people do this. This is the last time they had someone even try something like this was Tiananmen Square. And we saw how well that worked out for the Chinese people, the Uyghurs who have disappeared, the government of Hong Kong that disappeared. They will never be seen again, which means they're dead. So that's not good. And we see that Joe Biden is doing the same thing that the Chinese are doing. No change in, not considering anything that the public wants, not considering the consequences of their actions. They're going to keep doing it no matter what. They're going down that path and dragging you and me with them because they assume you're just going to obey, that you're not going to ask questions because you're not going to speak up. Let me say it again. This is our government. Let me actually say it on the big screen. It's our government. We control where we go. They can't take us down a path we don't want to be on. Reach out to your politicians and say no. That's all it takes. Say no. This is not the path I want to be on. No, I don't want to get into a war with Iran and the Middle East. No, I don't want to use Venezuelan oil. I'd rather be energy independent. No, I don't want to be like China. We want to change because what they have done has not worked. Crime is up in the United States. Releasing criminals early does not help anyone. It does not reduce crime. Gun control has failed. They need a new path. Let's stop doing the same old thing that is only empowering a small handful of elites and is hurting everyone else around the world. Again, if you think I am wrong, tell me why. But when I see the United States doing the same thing that China is doing, that is hurting the Chinese government. By the way, Chinese people are saying they'd just rather stay at home. That their answer to it all is just stay home. That's not going to help their economy. And by the way, why is that important to you? Why should we care if the Chinese are going home or they're being locked down or they're being arrested and disappearing forever? Why do we care what's happening in China? Well, because Joe Biden is working and making deals with China to make China happy because they build our stuff. Because China is the manufacturing wing of the United States. Because when Obama made America a service economy and stopped us from being a manufacturing economy, China took up the mantle. China's making our stuff. And if people aren't going to work in China, the cost of everything you need for your life is going to increase. And if you think, well, how bad could it be? Do you remember the supply chain backlog? Do you remember how empty the shelves got? That's before the food crisis. That's before the global famine that we are seeing right now, the shortage of food in the world, 30% less food in the world. Before that happened, remember the shortage of food? Do you remember the empty shelves you saw in every single department store across the nation, every grocery store around the nation? It's because China shut down. Because China wasn't building our stuff. Because we don't build our stuff anymore. Obama saw to that. That was part of the transformation that he didn't want to tell you about. When he said, hope and change, we hope to change America. We're going to transform America. He never finished the sentence. He never told you, what are we going to transform into? What is he changing America into? Well, now you know what the answer is. We've changed into a nation that is dependent on the Chinese Communist Party to build our stuff. And they're not building our stuff. So why should you pay attention to it? Because if you plan on buying food, milk, if you plan on buying clothing or anything that needs to be manufactured, the majority of it's being made in China. So that means you're not going to have it. That's why you should be paying attention, because if China's having a problem with their supply, America has a problem with its supply. Because Joe Biden and Barack Obama, made it that way. Because they believe in anything but America First policy, anything but a MAGA policy. And this is why it affects you. This is why international politics, foreign policy matters, because it affects you. At the bottom line, let's be selfish, because we're human beings. You want to have a better life. Fantastic. This is all affecting you. Whether it's energy prices, food production, manufacturing, it comes back. Illegal aliens coming into our nation with diseases, some of them do, or with crime, some of them do, or just competing for jobs, some of them do, so that you need to deal with this. This all affects you. You can't just say, well, I'm not going to pay attention to that. Yeah, watch Kim Kardashian, the housewives of wherever the hell that you don't know, that you'll never meet, that you're never going to have as a friend, that you're never going to live their life. Yeah, you can pay attention to that. Meanwhile, all these things are going to still affect you, whether you pay attention or not. And you know what? If you are paying attention, you might be able to do something about it. Because just obeying doesn't make your life better. If you think I'm wrong about that, tell me, is your life better today or was it better 5 years ago? It's a simple question. Was your life better 5 years ago or is it better today? I am absolutely sure 90% of the people who will see this or hear that question will tell you, if they're being honest, they made more money and had a better life 5 years ago than they do today. And we see that in every single poll that asks that question. People were better off 5 years ago than they are today. 4 years ago versus then where they are today. There's a reason for that. Yeah, Brazil's got problems over there. I know. I've been following what's happening in Brazil. Because Brazil supposedly voted to go to the left. Meanwhile, everyone else in South America, in Europe, all the countries around the world are becoming more and more conservative. But Brazil somehow went to the left. It's odd. But if you think that I'm wrong, by the way, folks, if you think I'm wrong, that the world is getting tougher and it's not better off and things are rough, if you're wondering, why did it cost so much for Thanksgiving? Why did you spend, on average, $66 to be able to provide Thanksgiving dinners this year? 2 years ago, two years ago, Thanksgiving dinner cost $46. This year it cost $66. Last year it was $53. Do you notice the difference here? That's called inflation, and it's called Biden and Kamala Harris and progressive politics. In 2019, $46 to feed people for Thanksgiving. Today, $66 was spent. That's called inflation. The thing that they're telling you doesn't exist, that it's only going to be slow. The recession isn't going to be that bad. That is literally, that is about a 50% increase, just short of 47% increase over 2 years for Thanksgiving. This affects you. And it's not going to get better because, by the way, we've talked about it throughout the year. The avian flu, the bird flu, has taken out 50 million chickens and turkeys and poultry. And that's not getting better overnight. That doesn't turn around instantly. It's part of the reason why Thanksgiving was so expensive, as was the fact that there is a global food shortage. We've been telling you these things. We started in January telling people about the bird flu and that it was affecting America. We've been saying this all year. The major news media doesn't want to tell you about it. Major news media doesn't want you to think about it. Major news media said, obey, everything's fine, don't worry about it. That's what the major news media told you. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's not a problem. Well, guess what? It is a problem when we are able to look at this and we see Thanksgiving dinner keeps increasing. Again, last year was $53.31. In 2020, it was $46.90. It was $48.91 in 2019. It was $66 this year. $66 this year. You can't tell me this isn't affecting you. Because now we're going to start talking about U.S. domestic policy, domestic issues. And as always, if you have found this to be, I just want to take a moment to say, if you find this to be interesting, informative, if you find it educational, if you find it entertaining, please like, share, and subscribe. Whether you agree or not is entirely different. If you think that we should have the ability to reach more people, to ask these questions of our government, please subscribe. Let us get a larger audience. Help us to reach more people because the algorithm is damn sure trying to make sure we can't. So help us with that. Subscribe. Help us to reach that larger audience so that we can ask these questions of our government and say, what's your answer? We've been asking them all year long. What are you going to do about the food crisis? Well, now the food crisis is here. They still don't have an answer. And the cost is affecting you. You're paying $20 more for Thanksgiving. You're paying over 10, 11% more for food. You're paying 20, 25% more for electricity and energy. It's hurting you. It's coming out of your pocket. And they're spending even more money. What have they given to the Ukraine? $70 billion so far? $70 billion, more than any other country in the world. We've given them $70 billion. That's your money. What are you getting for it? When will it end? It won't. So I wanted to bring that up for you, because let's talk about the United States. And I think, and I saw this, and Dow made the comment, in fact, Joe Biden on November 25th, 2 days ago, before he made the deal with Venezuela, Joe Biden said, "This season, I want to give thanks to all the frontline workers for their hard work in making the holidays better." Remember, the frontline workers that he told that if they did not get the vaccine, they didn't get the jab, that they lost their jobs. He's the same reason why there are 34,000 less doctors and nurses in New York State. There are thousands of doctors less in California and Michigan and Pennsylvania because he fired them. His policies fired them because he told them to obey, to take an experimental drug, and now we're seeing that there are potentially problems with that drug. They may have been right to not take it, maybe. We're not a doctor. We're not giving you medical advice. But now he's saying, oh, well, they're great people. They weren't great people when they said they don't believe in a government mandate, that the government doesn't get to micromanage their health care. They weren't great people then. Do you remember 1 year ago when you were telling us that the unvaccinated were evil, that they were killing people, which was a lie, which was never true? Remember when you made promises about these vaccines that that if you got vaccinated, you would never get the pandemic, that you would never be hospitalized, that you wouldn't die, that you couldn't pass it on to other people? Do you remember those lies, Joe Biden, that you told the American people that never have been shot down as misinformation or disinformation? Joe Biden, when you have factually told people that things that were not true, even at the time that you said it. But now, frontline workers are good. They're back to being good people again. He then goes on to say, my administration will always stand with essential workers. That is a lie. He didn't stand with essential workers. He has stood with people who obeyed. People that obeyed, he stood with. And if you did not obey, if you questioned, if you asked questions, if you said, I don't want the government to micromanage my health care, then he demonized you. He still, to this day, demonizes people who ask him questions. You're a domestic terrorist. You're evil. You're bad. You're MAGA. You want to make America great. How dare you, you evil person, you. You are a problem. He doesn't stand with them. He fires those essential workers because that's what he did. Let's call it for what it is. He goes on to say, and to fight to make all jobs good jobs. He's not making all jobs good jobs. He's not even making the jobs that he has special interests good jobs. And so Dow happened to mention this, and I thought it needed to be pointed out to people. Even the working Americans whom you abandoned abroad, like the Americans working in the Ukraine, which the Biden administration, the Biden State Department said, you're on your own. Figure out your own way out of that country. That he told Lester Holt in February on NBC News, said that even if there's a war, he's not going to save a single American child in the Ukraine. Not a single American child would ever be saved by the Biden administration, even as he knew a war was on the way. He didn't get the kids beforehand. He isn't getting them now. He told them, figure it out. In a war zone with children, American children. He abandoned 5,000 Americans, 10,000 in the Ukraine. 5,000 Americans were left behind, abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration in Afghanistan to this day. He won't even mention it. He's more concerned about getting Brittany Griner and a self-admitted criminal, a criminal. He wants to get the criminal, Brittany Griner, out of prison from where she was rightfully and lawfully convicted of a crime that she admitted to in Russia. He's more worried about getting that one woman than he is about getting the children out of the Ukraine or any and all Americans in Afghanistan. He's committed to getting one American out of a Russian prison for a crime she admits openly that she did. That's where his focus is, to get that criminal out because virtue signaling, she's a black gay woman. So he's going to get her, but he will leave 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan. He will leave 10,000, including children, in the Ukraine. But, he likes essential workers. Hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands of doctors and firemen and policemen were fired because of the Biden administration's policies for those essential frontline workers. And here he is saying, no, he loves them. He has always loved them. Even when he fired them, he loved them. Even when he said that they are domestic terrorists, when he demonized them. Just a year ago, he thinks you don't remember what he did 1 year ago. I understand. Joe Biden probably doesn't remember what he did 1 year ago. I do. I think you do. This ain't ancient history. Let me ask. And by the way, folks, when we say we've been talking about this stuff, we have been warning you. And now, like we promised, 2 weeks after the election, the news is coming out. Brace for violent shocks that may reshape the global economy forever. This is coming from top economists. This is from the Insider, businessinsider.com. This was published on November 25th, 2 weeks after the election, just like we told you and have been saying all year long. They were going to wait for the election, then they'll start telling you the truth about how bad it is, how badly they screwed up, because you can't vote them out of office anymore. What is the answer? The global economy is headed for a severe recession. The recession will be drawn out. It will be long and extended, not short and shallow. They told you, inflation is transitory. It's not. They know it. They admit it now. We're in a recession. They're about to admit that. The recession is going to last at least to 2024. They're going to start admitting that. It is worse than you think. And they're going to start telling you that now because it's after the election. So they've got 9 months before you start paying attention again. They have 9 months that they don't have to care because you're not voting anymore. You don't have an election. There's no midterm. There's no presidential. They've got time. You're going to forget. They're sure. They're counting on it. And you're not going to think of it. And they're going to blame it on anyone and everyone else. Quite honestly, they're going to blame the recession on the Republicans starting in February of 2023. Look, the Republicans took over the Congress. We can't get anything done. It's their fault we're in a recession now. No, it's not. No, we've already been in a recession. It is the Biden-Harris administration's fault. It is the Democrats' fault. They did this to us. Let's be honest. Hang on. Let me catch back up. I know I keep falling behind in some of the comments. I apologize. Hey, Anya Cox, that's a new person on the channel. Hello, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate you. And hopefully, I'm sure inflation will deflate some of the people on TikTok, because you can lie all you want, whether it's a short video or a long video. But when we go to the store, when we see people crossing our border, when we see tensions rising around the world, when we see people in America being divided based on politics and being discriminated against because of politics, you know what? You can have a short video, but it's still not, you're still going to come to the same result. I just take more time to explain it in detail. And Dow says, to be clear, governors that uphold the Biden administration's suggestions or their mandates and their administrative policies are complicit in subduing their own populations, such as it was Kathy Hochul who fired 34,000 doctors in New York State because of Biden's policy, which only dealt with federal workers, on mandating the jab. So because Biden said everyone should get the jab, it should be mandated, Then Kathy Hochul said, well, we're going to mandate in New York State, and fired 34,000 doctors. By the way, when you fire 34,000 doctors, do you think that makes healthcare better or worse in your state? Just a question. You have 34,000 less doctors and nurses and healthcare workers. Is that improving the healthcare the public's going to have, or is that going to make it a little bit harder? You tell me, because I think it's simple math. So yes, it comes from Biden, but it was enacted through governors like Kathy Hochul, like Whitmer in Michigan, like Greg Newsom out of California, who thinks he can be a presidential candidate. User has been banned says it's a shame they don't make more nuclear plants to replace oil and gas. That would make sense. Actually, the only reasonable alternative to oil and gas is nuclear power. In terms of how clean it is, in terms of the amount of energy we can make, in all of the criteria of comparing energy, nuclear is the best answer. Period. But Democrats absolutely refuse to allow nuclear plants to be built in America. They refuse. They will not do it. There is no solar plant. There is no wind plant, geothermal. Put all of the renewable energy together, and you will never get close to what nuclear energy can make. Not even close. It is a fraction of the power, especially for the cost. It takes almost as long to build a solar power plant as it takes to make a nuclear power plant. Almost as long as it is about the same time to build a wind power plant as it is to build a nuclear power plant. Nuclear will always outperform. Always. It is more energy efficient. It is cleaner energy than any of the other sources. It is better in every single metric. Cost effective, everything. But Democrats won't do it. And you don't have to believe me. You can ask Obama's energy czar. He's done a TED talk on this. You can ask Michael Moore and his production Planet of the Humans, and he's did a documentary documenting all of the data and statistics, and Michael Moore is on the left. President Obama's green energy czar is a guy on the left. You can ask people who are honest on the left, who have done the research. Don't believe me, go to the left. They will tell you nuclear is far better. It is cleaner. It is more cost effective. It is the best solution. They won't do it. Let me go on. So again, Anya Cox, good to see you. Thank you for being a member of the audience. We do appreciate that. And Jan mentions that Joe Biden did the same thing. What about the essential workers? What about the military? How many tens of thousands of members of our military were fired because they didn't take the jab? And, that's essential to the United States. He didn't care about them either. User has been banned mentions that Biden doesn't remember what he had for breakfast. To be fair, neither do I. Never have. That's not it's a mental condition I've always had. I don't remember. I don't have good short-term memory for things like breakfast. But you're right. Joe Biden he's mentally deteriorating in front of our eyes. He's falling apart. The man is nowhere near as sharp as he was 10 years ago. He's not as sharp as he was 3 years ago when he started running for president. He has a problem, and he is being guided, literally guided on cue cards, telling him where to sit and when to speak and who to speak to. We've seen the evidence. He doesn't know what he's doing. And the problem is, he's supposed to be the most powerful person leading our nation, and there are people behind him telling him, like a puppet, what to do, and they aren't considering, or God forbid they are considering, and have decided that this darker path is the path for America, one that leads to more violence and less global stability. A terrifying thought. So, Dow, let's talk about gun control. Let's talk about the stupidity of gun control. Because I think I've made the case about We were right about history. We've been right about the economy. We are correct about people who are being abandoned around the world and the preferences, the priorities of the Biden-Harris administration, which is based on equity, because one black woman, Brittany Griner, and who is an self-admitted criminal, is more important than 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan and 10,000 Americans, including children, in the Ukraine. That's equity for you, folks. You can't describe equity better. One black lesbian entertainer. She plays a game for a living. She is a convicted, self-admitted criminal, and she is more important than 5,000 Americans, including women, in Afghanistan. She is more important than 10,000 Americans in Ukraine, including children. Wow. That's equity for you. How do you think you rate on that scale? Where do you think you fall? Are you as important as one self-admitted criminal in Russia who's a black lesbian? Do you think you're more important than her? Because I'm pretty sure you're not going to rate on that scale much higher than the people in Afghanistan who were abandoned or the people in the Ukraine who were abandoned. And if there is any single progressive, any elected Democrat across this nation, any of them at any level, local, state, or federal, if there is even one who wants to try and debate me on that, call in 607-242-9247. Call in. Leave me a comment on Facebook, on Twitter. Tell me how I am wrong. I would love to have that conversation with any elected Democrat, any elected progressive anywhere. The practical progressive Eric Adams in New York City, give me a call, Mayor. I'll be happy to discuss this with you. Any of them. I beg and plead for them to call in. They never call in. But let's talk about gun control. And then we're going to get to Trump. We're going to get to Trump and Kanye. Hang on a second. We'll talk about Trump and Kanye in a little bit. But I want to talk about gun control because it's a failure. And on this channel, we have said often that gun control has failed. It has always failed. It is racist and it is a failure. It has never helped save anyone and it has harmed more people than you could possibly imagine. It primarily negatively impacts and hurts women, minorities, and children. Oh, and the poor. That's who gun control is about. Gun control is making sure that women, minorities, the poor, and children are disadvantaged even more. They're the people who are negatively impacted. They're the ones who are targeted. And the more gun control you have, the more they are hurt. We can provide you the evidence of that fact. If you're wondering about it, you have no further to go to the federal data from the FBI, the Unified Code of Crime, the report, Crime in the USA report from the FBI. You can go to New York State and the Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Report, otherwise known as New York GIVE report, comes out twice a year. They have yet all the gun control you can name that you can think of, all 22,000 laws and regulations on gun control have failed. There is not one survey, not one study, not one report that has shown ever that gun control works. Whether it's a gun ban or gun restriction, denying people the right to be able to exercise their Second Amendment rights, I don't care what you want to call it. Every aspect of gun control has always failed. But that has not stopped the progressives from trying to demonize people and to try and stop it. Do you know that in New York State, back on November 14th, you can't have replica guns? Think about that for a second. Toy guns, fake guns. There is a ban on toy guns in the United States, in New York State. This is the progressives protecting you. They think that they will protect you by getting rid of toy guns. Toy guns. This is going to protect you somehow. I don't understand it. They passed this in New York State. Kathy Holt, who passed this, I understand. She hates guns. She hates anything that looks scary. And because toy guns look scary to Kathy Hochul, she is banning them, just like she bans firearms for everyone. This is stupid. And it's also unconstitutional, which is why, again and again and again, for the fourth time now, on November 23rd, another judge blocks the limits on carrying a gun on private property in New York State. Yet again, they have violated the Constitution because they're saying, we're going to make you safe. You're going to be okay because we're going to get rid of toy guns and we're going to stop you from protecting yourself. It is illegal in New York State, they were trying to make it illegal in New York State and in New Jersey, and they're thinking about that in California, Illinois, and other states, to be able to have a firearm to defend yourself because your neighbor might have a concealed carry firearm too. Because your neighbor is not allowed to have a concealed carried firearm in New York State, you can't have a firearm. You are denied the ability to have a firearm. You can't protect yourself. That is a fact. That's what the law works out to. No wonder it was considered unconstitutional again and again and again. They made this law in 24 hours, which tells you something. In 24 hours, New York State Legislature, that means the Assembly and the New York State Senate, got together, and in 24 hours, they wrote a law, they passed the law, they came together, wrote it, and passed it in one day, in less than 24 hours. If they can do that, why don't they pass everything? Why do we have to waste so much time throughout the year? If they want to be effective, if they really want to get something done, they can do it in 24 hours. Yet they don't. Now, the downside of that is when they do get together in 24 hours and pass a bill overnight, well, they don't let anyone know what's going on. And inevitably, they get it wrong, which is what's happening right now. New York State, unconstitutional, they got it wrong. In every way, shape, and form, they got it wrong because they didn't think it through. But it didn't make anyone safe. It didn't stop criminals. It didn't stop the deranged. It didn't stop evil people in New York State or anywhere in the country. And it has never stopped anyone who is evil or criminal in the country. You wonder why they stopped talking about the University of Virginia? You wonder why they don't talk about the stabbings in Idaho that much? Why they're so focused on the shooting in Virginia? And yes, I know there was another shooting earlier today. Do you wonder why they were more worried about that? Because of the way it looks. Because it fits their message, be afraid. And when you're afraid, as soon as you're afraid, then they come out and they say something like what we saw with Joe Biden. I was talking about this on Friday with the Liberty First Foundation, an organization that is helping me to put together a bill that we are going to send out to 537 members of Congress to make our elections actually worthwhile, which we talked about last week. And we will be sending out another link shortly that will show you exactly what we've written so that you and your lawyers and your friends can look through this law and help us make it to be the best law possible. But I was talking on the Friday night roundtable every Friday at 9 p.m. I'm on there with the members of the Liberty First Foundation talking about guns and our Constitution. And when I was there this week, we were talking. Joe Biden thinks you're dumb. Literally, Joe Biden thinks you are dumb. Joe Biden said that he thinks it's sick for Americans to have semi-automatic guns and that he wants to ban semi-automatic guns. I want you to think about that. Those are the key words. It is sick to own, and he needs to ban semi-automatic guns. That's every gun that's out there. That's like 98% of every firearm in the nation. Now, mind you, he doesn't think it's sick for police to have a semi-automatic firearm. He doesn't think it's sick for a Secret Service to have those semi-automatic firearms. He doesn't think it's sick for the 87,000 IRS agents to have semi-automatic firearms. The government can have guns. IRS agents, these are guys who are doing math. Guys sitting in an office doing math can have semi-automatic handguns, but you can't. And the rest of the news media came out and they said, oh, he's talking about assault weapons. He's talking about assault weapons. He's not talking about every gun in America. He's talking about assault weapons. Okay, here it is. I'm live with you. Again, yes, that was Friday. Friday, the answer was Joe Biden, as you can see from reported by MSN, as well as by, I believe it was Fox News, by New York Post, a couple of news agencies. MSN said the actual words of Joe Biden was he wants to ban semi-automatic guns. And I had searched Joe Biden gun. Biden gun control. That's all I'm searching for. And let's refresh it. Dems push on so-called assault weapons. Okay, they've changed their language. Joe Biden renews call for assault weapons ban. No, that's not what he said. We can, in NPR, Biden promises gun control. Yeah, on all guns. Renews assault, The Guardian. Joe Biden renews call for assault weapons ban. Assault weapon. He didn't say that. That's not what he said. And CNBC, Biden says he'll renew push for assault weapons ban. That's not what he said. I want you to see this now. Now you're going to say to me, Mike, what's the big deal there? What's the big deal? Now I'm going to get to the comment on this in just a second. But what's the big deal? Because when Joe Biden said semi-automatic guns, 98% of all firearms in America, confirming what he told CNN at a town hall last year, it was April of 2021, during the CNN town hall with Don Lemon, talking to America, he said he wanted to ban 9mm handguns. And then he came out afterwards and said, no, that's not what I mean. I didn't mean 9mm handguns. I meant assault weapons. See, he lied to you. Because he's consistently said he wants to get rid of all guns. And here it is now. He again told us he wants to get rid of semi-automatic weapons, all firearms, all guns, semi-automatic. That's 98% of all the guns out there that women are using to protect themselves every day, that families are using to protect themselves every day, that people at churches and synagogues are using to protect themselves every day. He wants to get rid of that. Individuals that we know for a fact, according to the Obama administration in 2013, in Obama's study, we know that somewhere between 500,000 and 3 million Americans are saved every year by semi-automatic firearms. That's women who are being assaulted. That's men who are in fights. It's people are being saved. According to the Obama administration, in 2013, January of 2013, their study found that somewhere between 500,000 and 3 million Americans are saved every day. Joe Biden wants those people to be injured and possibly die. He wants to take away their firearms. He admitted it. And the news media is busy right now changing the words so that you don't realize it's that bad, so that you don't realize it's going to affect you and your life. Just like in New York State, they didn't want you to realize that they were stopping everyone in the state from being able to have a handgun because they said that no one could. If no one can have a concealed carry, no one can have any firearm. It's unconstitutional. They know it. They know it's a violation of your laws, of the law. They know it's a violation of your rights. They know that they are violating U.S. Code, and I want to show it to you, U.S. 18 U.S. Code 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. If, quote, if death results from the acts committed in violation of this section, if such acts include kidnapping, aggravated sexual abuse, committed aggravated sexual abuse, attempt to kill, then the people who did this should be imprisoned for life. And what did they do? Whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution or the laws of the United States, or to different punishments, pains, or penalties on account of such person being an alien or by reason of color or race that are prescribed for the punishment of citizens shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 1 year or both. And if it involves someone's death, then that's it. So basically, Joe Biden is committing a federal crime, a felony that could involve the death of somewhere between 500,000 and 3 million Americans every year because he wants to take away your gun. And the news media is covering for him. They don't want you to think. They don't want you to understand. They don't want you to ask questions. They want you to obey. Let me go to some of the comments here. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. If you think gun control works, tell me why. Tell me how. If you think semi-automatic firearms, they are the problem, if you think guns are the problem, tell me why. Because I will tell you, that's a lie. That is an emotional manipulation. I will tell you that the problem is the person. It is a criminal or a deranged individual who has no value of life and no consideration of the consequences. And they don't have consequences. They're not being punished by these laws. Joe Biden isn't taking guns away from criminals. He's taking it away from law-abiding citizens. He's taking it away from 3 million people who save their lives every day, every year in America. That's who he's taking the guns away from. He's not affecting criminals. Not one criminal will be affected by a semi-automatic weapons ban. They're not going to be stopped. Not one deranged person is going to be prevented from killing people. And I don't just mean by like Waukesha or what we have seen across in Las Vegas and Manhattan when they use cars instead of using guns, or like in Idaho where they use knives instead of guns, or that like Columbine, they use bombs, like in San Bernardino where they use bombs instead of guns. No. I'm talking about the fact that these criminals aren't going to be stopped by a law that says you can't have a handgun. They're criminals. They don't follow the law. Making 20,000 and 22,001 gun laws will not suddenly make them decide to follow the law. It's not going to make crazy people suddenly sane and stop them from killing people. Let's be honest with each other. That is the honest truth. Let me go through some of the comments here. Dal asked me if I saw the Colin Moore video about New Jersey's representatives definitively stating on camera that gun control is meant to control possession by the same demographics I mentioned: women, minorities, poor people. Yeah. Yes, I did. It's part of the research that I do. And gun control has always, a friend of mine, Maj Toure, has often said and always said that gun control is based on racism, because it is always going back to the earliest forms has meant to, it's both racist and it's economic. It is meant to keep poor people and minorities away from firearm. That's true. It's absolutely true. That's why you see cities like New York, Illinois, LA, where they have some of the strictest laws. Baltimore. It's also where we see some of the most crime. It's also where people need to defend themselves the most. But in states like New York State and many others, it's a crime to wear bulletproof vest. You can't protect yourself. They want to take away your gun and they want to take away your defense, your armor. Does that make any sense to anyone? Now, user has been banned says criminals will be affected because victims won't be able to fight back. And you know what? You're right. That is absolutely true. So I stand corrected. Criminals will be affected. They will be enabled. They will be encouraged. They will be able to harm more people than they ever were before. And people like the practical progressive mayor, Eric Adams, when he says, oh, my answer to moms being on video, being robbed, mugged at gunpoint with their child standing next to them. Yes, I do remember that over the summer. I didn't forget that, Eric Adams. And guess what? Your solution of going after law-abiding citizens knocking on door to door of Americans who have a license in New York State to have a firearm, knocking on their doors is not stopping that criminal that went and mugged that mom and that daughter. It's not stopping the gangs that are having shootouts in the middle of streets on Brooklyn in the broad daylight in the middle of the day. Guess what, Eric Adams? Knocking on American citizens' doors and intimidating them with the police because they have a license to own a firearm isn't stopping the criminals. It's not saving people in the subways. It's not helping. Can we call them out? Because I keep getting told I'm a bad guy for mentioning that what they are doing doesn't work. It isn't making anyone safe. It's not saving anyone's life. But I'm the bad guy. Yes, and Anya Cox mentions that this is kind of like the ban that came out of Canada that said you can't have a handgun. It is. It's the same ideology. They're all in the same ideological group. These are all progressives. This is a progressive idea around the world. You can't have it. You can't protect yourself. Give all your power to the government. You're right, Anya. It is exactly what happened, what they're trying to do in Canada. But the thing is, the difference between Canada or Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, as an example, these are countries that are culturally very close to the United States. But there's one big difference. We have a Second Amendment. They don't. We have a right, a God-given by birth right to be able to defend ourselves. From government, from criminals, we have a right to defend ourselves. They don't. So they have to rely on the government because the government's the only one they can rely on. They can't rely on themselves because the government doesn't give them that right. The government has stolen that right from them. So they're stuck. When the government says, yeah, now we're just going to make it harder for you. We're going to stop. You don't have that right. We just want you to suffer. They have to suffer. They don't have a legal right to go against that. The United States does. And we should. And I wish that everyone else did too. But that's the point, is the crime isn't stopping because of this. But you are being lied to. Biden didn't say he wants an assault weapons ban. He said he wants to get rid of semi-automatic firearms. 98% of all firearms are semi-automatic firearms. Now, weapons that are protecting women, whether on college campuses or around the block, the thing that's protecting Americans, that's a semi-automatic firearm. It's crazy. And they don't want you to think about it because if they were honest and if they actually said what they believe, like the rep in New Jersey, everyone's going to freak out and say, no, you can't do that. Americans would actually resist if you actually told them the truth. So they are actively lying to you. They're changing the words as you speak. But are you surprised? I mean, let's be honest. Are you surprised? This is the same guy who said, hey, if you vote for Democrats, you're going to get your student loan forgiven. Vote for Democrats, otherwise you won't have a student loan. Mind you, Democrats at the time, during this summer, what did Biden have? He had a Congress that was all Democrats, and he had a Senate that's all Democrats. We know that they can pass a law in 24 hours anytime that they want to, if they wanted to do it, if they thought it was important, if they thought it was really vital to the American economy, they could have passed it overnight. No, they're not doing it. They said they needed the election. You had to vote to earn the right for Democrats to turn around in a lame duck session and pass student loan forgiveness. And what did they do instead? Nope, it's not constitutional. And instead, they're going to pause. They're just going to wait. What are they waiting for? All summer, all year, they have been telling college students that you need to vote Democrat, otherwise they won't vote to wipe out your $10,000, $20,000 worth of debt. If it is so important to these college students, to the American economy, if it is so vital for the nation that these kids have $10,000, $20,000 of their debt wiped out and paid by me and you through our taxes, if it is so important, why are they holding off? Why did they pause? Oh, I know why they're pausing. Because they have another election to win. Because in 2024, they're going to say that if you vote Democrat, they will pass a law that will wipe out student loan debt. And up until then, they're just going to kick the can down the road so that these kids are still on the hook, waiting, constantly waiting for these Democrats to live up to the promise that they already made. They have these kids in fear and in terror saying, you can't afford this. You'll never be able to afford this. It's too much money. It's too much money because they made it too expensive. The number one thing that drove up the cost of college is Democrats, is Democrat policies. That's a fact. That's just factual. But they drove up the cost. Now they say you can't get a job. You're going to have this debt forever. They're going to give you the answer, but they won't do it yet. They're going to make sure you have to vote for them first a couple of times to make sure you're serious. Otherwise, it's your debt. But you don't have to vote for them because they'll give you the debt. It's your debt, first of all. Not my debt, not my community's debt. It's your debt. You decided to take up basket weaving or lesbian interpretive dance. You decided to take up African studies. These are not real world careers. These aren't skills that you're going to use anywhere in life. That was your choice. You have $125,000, $100,000 in debt for taking those. That's on you. That was bad planning on your part, not mine. I don't need to pay your debt because, yeah, you know about Africa. Fantastic. You can speak Swahili. Fantastic. Can you operate a jackhammer? Can you do electrical wiring? Do you know how to do dishes? Because you don't. That's not my problem. I don't care. But now, we're going to see student loans. It's been paused, kicked down the road until the next election when they get to say, see, if you vote for us, we will pass this and then you'll get it. It's like the way they treat black people. We'll make things, we're going to pass laws for black people. Remember when Dr. Dre, I think it was, or was it Ice Cube? Ice Cube had the plan for black Americans that would help improve their economics. Do you remember that in the 2020 election? I do. Remember that Ice Cube said, I will talk to any politician that will be able to pass this to help black people and help improve the black economy in America. Do you remember that? And he got screamed at because he talked to President Trump. He said, I also tried to reach out to Joe Biden, and Biden said, wait until after the election. Well, guess what? Biden got in the election. Ice Cube has never talked to him. His idea died on the vine. They said next election. Next election, we'll work on it. Yeah, okay. But you keep voting Democrat. Because the next time they'll pay attention. The next time they'll actually pass it for you. The next time you'll be next on the list. The equity, you'll be higher in equity the next time around, and then they will get to you unless someone else gets pushed above you. Unless, there's another Brittany Griner that is a convicted, admitted criminal, and then you don't count anymore. You're not important anymore. Unless they have to virtue signal somewhere in the world, then you're no longer a priority. The college students, I really wonder about the college students out there, which is the majority of people on the social media and internet. Let me ask you, do you feel like you got used? Because you should. Do you think that you were sold for you were a cheap date? That they used and abused you on the cheap? Because you were. That's exactly what they did to you. Yes, we promise. We're going to give it to you. We're going to give it to you. The election's over. Screw off. Go bye. I'm ghosting you. Joe Biden and the Democrats ghosted. I think that's the term the kids use these days. I'm 54. I don't know. But I think it's ghosting. And the Biden administration, Democrats, ghosted all the college students. Yeah, we're going to get together. We're going to work on this. I'm going to take care of your student loan. Just do this one thing for me. Come on, it's a little thing. It won't hurt. It'll be over quick. It's easy. You'll feel good about it afterwards. Just do this thing. Just one thing. And then I'm going to give you something for it. I'll make sure it's worth it for you. I'll make sure that you have a good time. Yes, that's exactly what they said to students. That is exactly what they said to college students. We're going to do this for you. We're going to make you feel good. We're going to make it better for you. Just this one little thing. Don't worry. Trust us. You're going to be okay. Just give me what I want, and then I'll give you something. I'm going to reward you. And as soon as he got what they wanted, when all these college students voted Democrat or progressive, what did they get? Nothing. They got ghosted. Gee, do you think you should feel used just a little bit? But yet, these college progressives will tell me, no, it's not their fault. It's not Joe Biden's fault. It's not Democrats' fault. They could pass the law in 24 hours. They could pass the law right now. Joe Biden didn't need to pause. He could have gone to Congress right now. Democrats still control the Congress right now. They still control the Senate right now. They still have control of the White House right now. They have two branches of government that they are in control of. They could pass a law tonight if they wanted to and forgive student loans. They could do that. They could make that a law and Joe Biden could sign it into law, and they can do it in 24 hours because we've seen them do these things that fast before when it's important to them. When they think it's important for their political career, they can do it overnight. We've seen them do it. They don't need a single Republican to vote for it. Not one. They can pass it without any Republican votes. And they won't. Instead, it's a pause. We're going to kick it down the road. We need to think about it. Just give us more time. Let's get to the next election. Vote Democrat again. The next time you vote Democrat, we will take care of you. We promise. God, it is, in any other context, people saying things like that would be considered creepy. It would be considered illegal. It would be considered vile. It would be considered abusive. If anyone else in any other context said these same things, it would be considered abuse. Not just by the left, but by anyone. But because it's political, it's okay. Because it's from Democrats, because it's progressive ideology, it's okay. But anyone else said that, then they'd be a demon. They'd be demonic and evil and abusive. Jan mentions, I'm leaving out abortion. That abortion will also, another thing, all year, all year. Forget the last 50 years that they've had the ability to codify Roe v. Wade. What's stopping them right now? If it is so important, if it is so vital, if it is such an expression of women's rights, why don't they pass it right now? They've had all year to write up the law. They have all year to vote on it. Tomorrow, within 24 hours, they can write the law if they don't have it written already, and they've had all year to write it. They can write it up and they could vote on it and they could pass it in the House and in the Senate because, yes, we had the election. Those people don't get elected. Those Republicans aren't coming in until 2023. They can pass the law right now and give it to Joe Biden and he could sign it. If it's so important, why aren't they doing it? The answer is it was never about college student loans. It was never about the economy. It was never about inflation. It wasn't about making sure your life is good. It's never been about women's rights. It's about power. Quote me on that. And then tell me how I'm wrong. Ask anyone on the left. Ask every progressive. Ask every elected official. If I'm wrong, why didn't you pass the law? Why doesn't Biden have a bill sitting in front of him right now? You can pass it. They have the numbers. If it was so bloody important, if it was so vital to America and freedom, then why didn't they do it? Because they can. And they don't even have to worry about getting reelected right now. Since the election, this is now 2 weeks, 3 weeks afterwards, they don't have to worry. Either they've been reelected or they're not coming back to Congress. We already know that. This is what they call a lame duck session. It's the time between the election and the new people coming in. Between November, the election day, and January 21st, January 6th, actually. Between now and January 6th, we have the same people in Congress that were in January. Nothing's changed. If it was so important to them, why aren't they passing it now? Why aren't they talking about abortion anymore? Why is that not headline news? For months leading up to the 2022 midterm elections, it was headline news every other day, every third day. It was the only thing Democrats had to talk about for the last month before the election. Abortion is important. Abortion is important. We have to protect women's rights. We have to go on. Okay, guess what? The election's over. Why didn't you pass the bill? You didn't pass it then because you were afraid of the votes. Well, now you're not afraid of the votes. We know the results. Why don't they pass it now? Because it was never important. Because that was a gimmick. Because they were using women. And that's how sick it is. They were using women to get the vote. They never intended to do anything. Because if they intended to do anything, they'd have passed it by now. What are they waiting for? What's holding them back? It's just that simple, folks. And the progressives hate it when you make it that simple and just ask the question, so why didn't you pass the law? Well, we couldn't pass it before the election. It's after the election. We already know who won. Why aren't you passing it? If it was so damn important, why aren't you passing it? You just don't understand. No, I don't understand. Because you're using people. You're emotionally manipulating them and using them. You're holding this carrot out in front of them and leading them down a path they don't want to be on if they actually understood what was going to happen because of this. Just like with the gun laws. Don't worry, you're going to be safe. You're going to be safe. Just keep electing me. By the way, I'm not doing anything to criminals. I'm not stopping criminals. I'm not protecting you. Nothing is being improved. In fact, it's getting worse. But here's a carrot. Come on, just vote. Just vote. Oh, you voted. Fantastic. Don't talk to me now. This is what our politicians, this is what Democrats and progressives are doing. You voted. Oh, yeah, I don't have to talk to you. Come back to me in a year. In a year, when we get ready for 2024 and I need your money, The Democrats will come back and they'll talk to you about abortion. They'll talk to you about gun control. They'll talk to you about crime, maybe. They'll talk to you about the economy, maybe, to blame everyone else because it's never their fault. They didn't do it. It's not their policies. They were brilliant. They didn't put the America into a recession. Did you see the inflation rate numbers? Don't look at inflation. Doesn't matter. They did a great job. They're fantastic. Hell, you're going to get paid 8.2% more in Social Security because of Democrats. Yeah, because that's inflation. That's an adjustment for inflation. That's how much they've driven up inflation. That's why you're getting 8.2% more in Social Security, because they've crushed the economy that hard. It's not a good thing. It's not a positive. That's what they're doing. They're abusing you. And the news media is just making it sound really nice. And they're keeping it all separate. Gun control, that's got nothing to do with the promise they made about abortion. They made the same promise. The same promise they made to kids, to college students to get their votes is a promise about, we're going to wipe out your student loan debt. They made the same promise to women. If you vote for us, we'll give you Roe v. Wade. And then they made a promise of, we'll get rid of the Second Amendment. We'll get rid of firearms if you're scared, if you think that every gun is like a Hollywood movie, like Rambo. They made them all the same promise. If you vote for us, don't worry. We'll get rid of crime. We'll get rid of, we'll make sure abortion's there. We'll get rid of your debt. Just vote for us. You did vote for them. Guess what? Or at least you voted for some of them. Okay, fantastic. Where's the law? What are they waiting for? They're waiting for the next election. Okay. They're waiting for the next election. Okay. You're being used. You're being abused. I think the progressives call that microaggressions. Maybe macroaggressions, I don't know. I'm not a progressive, so I can't tell you for sure. If you think I'm wrong, again, I am passionate in what I say, and I will say it aggressively and passionately. That doesn't mean I won't listen. If you think I'm wrong, even a little, if you think I misunderstand, correct me. If you think there's a different outcome than what I am saying, please let me know. If you have evidence that I don't see, tell me what it is. This is a conversation. You can see Dal and Jan and user has been bad. Anna has been writing to us. I'm happy to hear your comments. I'm not afraid. Let's have the conversation because I believe you're smart enough to be able to have your opinion. And I think your opinion is worth listening to. I'm not a progressive. You don't have to obey just because I'm black. You don't have to obey just because I'm a Republican. You have the right to speak in America. I want to hear your voice. Progressives want you to obey and just, sit back and wait for your turn. They may or may not ever get to you. But of course, we're the bad guys for talking about any of these things. We're the bad guys because we're bringing this stuff up. And they want us to be bad guys so much that they will go to any extent to be able to say that. I'll give you an example of what I mean. Let's talk about President Trump and Kanye West. Now, let me preface this. Kanye West is meaningless to me. Let me make sure I make this clear for you. Kanye West is an entertainer. Kanye West is meaningless in politics. That's my opinion. I could care less about Kanye West. I don't talk about Kanye West. I've been on certain political roundtable discussions where I've had people tell me, but Kanye's great. Don't you think it's all important to Kanye? No. I think he's a joke. I don't care. He means nothing to me. He's as important to me as Kim Kardashian or the housewives of wherever the hell they are, MTV. I could care less about any of them. Reality TV stars, they are meaningless. I don't care about LeBron James. Don't care about these people. They're not my friends. They're not important to my life. And whether or not they play a game, sing a song, act in a movie, whether they do or don't, does not change my life. It's not going to pay a single bill. In fact, if I'm spending money on Air Jordans, I'm not able to pay my bills. Do you see what the price is for a pair of Air Jordans? For some reason, people want to spend $300 on a pair of sneakers. By the way, my sneakers, if I spend over $13, then I've spent way too much. They're sneakers. Who cares? They're meaningless. Oh, that song. Oh, if I didn't hear it, my life isn't going to end. I don't care. Oh, did you see the movie? No, I didn't. Why? Politics. It's all political posturing. Can't stand it, don't care. So when Kanye says that, hey, you know what? He wants to be in politics. Good for him. So does Matthew McConaughey. I don't think he's a good politician either. Don't care. But if they want to run, fantastic. I will evaluate them as a politician, or rather a political figure, based on their words and thoughts. Kind of like when Oprah decided that she wanted to run for president, which was a joke. Said the same thing about her that I'm saying about Kanye. A joke. Completely, absolutely stupid. And what happened with Oprah? She decided to run for president. Then we found out that she was connected to Harvey Weinstein and that she was feeding him young women. Harvey Weinstein's now in jail. Oprah's free. Gee, so much for that. No one talks about Oprah and her connection to Harvey Weinstein and feeding him, literally bringing young women to Harvey Weinstein to be abused. No one wants to talk about that because Oprah is a black woman and a progressive, so we can't talk about that. But we can talk about Harvey Weinstein. We can talk about Epstein and maybe talk about his flight logs, but we can't talk about Ghislaine Maxwell and the Black Book that tells us who was involved in the crimes that were happening that will never be investigated. We can't talk about that. But we need to talk about Kanye. Why? Because Kanye claims to be that he is a Republican, which I do not believe, that he is a conservative. I kind of sort of believe that. He may have changed. And that he wants to be in politics. Crazy people do crazy things all the time. There was the guy who said, he had the rent's too damn high party. Didn't take him serious, but he had a point. He didn't get elected. He shouldn't have been elected, but he had a point. Kanye, he may have a point here or there. He's not serious. I don't take him serious. Why should I take him serious? Because he's black? When is that a defining characteristic to our elected office? Since Ketanji Brown Jackson became a member of the Supreme Court, it's not a defining factor. Kanye is black. You should take him serious. No, I shouldn't. But he's a singer. What the hell's that got to do with anything? But he's a millionaire. So is half of Congress. Who cares? They're still idiots. They still get things wrong. They still don't know what they're doing. And they actually do this every day. Kanye does it part-time. I don't care. But Mike, millions of black people care. Damn, no wonder black people are getting treated so badly by politicians. Because they care about Kanye and LeBron James. Sorry, Charles Barkley. I don't care about those individuals. Vermin Supreme is fantastic. I've interviewed Vermin Supreme, by the way. It was one of the highlights of my career. I've interviewed a lot of politicians. User has been banned mentioned Vermin Supreme is running. Well, I've actually interviewed Vermin Supreme in person. Great man. He's a very smart man. He comes off as a joke, but he's very serious, and he knows what he's talking about. It's a surprise, but It was interesting. It was a really good interview. You can look it up on the channel. Yeah. Just type in, when you do a search for the channel, No Soundbites Allowed, look up Vermin Supreme. It'll come up. It was interesting. And then I got to talk to him off camera for a while, for like 20 minutes. He was a very interesting man. And I'd be happy to interview him again. I really would. So I'm talking about Kanye. Now, again, and the difference between Vermin Supreme and Kanye West is that, yes, I for a long time, I thought Vermin Supreme was a joke. And I thought he was very funny. And I wanted to, because he's popular and well known for being Vermin Supreme and promising to give everyone a unicorn if he ever won an election, I thought it was just like, it's one of those joke things that's on your bucket list that you want to do. It's completely stupid, but you want to do it anyway. Okay. And I got to do it. And then I had the appreciation of really looking at what he says when he gets serious, to have a conversation with him when he's serious. Now, could Kanye do the same thing? He has had certain comments that have been serious, and I've taken those comments seriously. Same thing as I would anybody. Stephen A. Smith on ESPN had a couple of interesting comments to make about politics. Remember when he said that every black person in America should vote Republican? Just once in one election, every black person should vote Republican if they ever want the government to do anything for them. Democrats will jump through hoops and pass laws all day and night for a year to make sure that blacks would come back and vote Democrat thereafter. If every black person, if the majority of black people voted Republican in just one election, if they voted Libertarian in one election, if they didn't vote Democrat in one election, the majority, Democrats would go apeshit to make sure that they did all kinds of giveaways, grants, and pass laws that would make black people the happiest people in the universe to get those votes back. And so far, no one has ever taken up Stephen A. Smith of ESPN's advice. And he was right. You really want to do it? It's not called blackmail, it's earn my vote. Democrats don't have to earn the vote. They just assume the vote. But if they had to earn it, oh my God, you see legislation would be entirely different than what we see right now. Guaranteed. Again, anyone can have a good political idea. There is a difference, but Stephen A. Smith is not a political commentator. Charles Barkley has had interesting political comments. He's not a political commentator. Neither of them are elected officials. So Kanye could have an interesting political idea, but he's not a politician and he's not a political commentator. Kanye is a businessman. He is an entertainer. That's it. Now, why do I make that difference? Because I don't think he's serious. I don't think he's seriously ever run for anything or ever will. That's my opinion. If I ever have a conversation with him where he can convince me otherwise, if he ever has an interview that convinces me otherwise, I'll be happy to say so. But to this point, he's never done that. He's out of his mind. He needs more medication. But he does have a block of people that he represents. And I did say, I think it was in a tweet or a comment. Matter of fact, it was on Facebook, and I'll bring it up. Kanye is a tool that could potentially be useful. He could create the inroads for many black people to start being involved in politics. He is a gateway, so to speak. And I think, yep, here it is. And let me show you. And I said this 3 days ago, November 24th. And I said, the potential positives on Kanye 2024 and Milo Yiannopoulos working together might be good enough to create inroads for future Republican outreach. Someone among the establishment Republicans has needed to do the work for a long time, but fear largely stalled them into inaction. Down the road framework could be valuable. And when I say that, I'm talking about the fact that Republicans, the establishment, really don't appeal to most black people, nor do they try to. You can go to your local GOP, depending on where you are, especially like here in New York State. When I go and talk to the local GOP in the southern tier of New York, I get told all the time, well, black people are going to vote Democrat, so it doesn't matter. We're not going to spend the money, take the time, waste our energy to appeal to black people because, well, they're going to vote Democrat. We're not going to go and talk to college students because they're going to vote progressive. Why waste the money? Why waste the time? That's the mentality we hear on a regular basis. There's no reason to assume they're ever going to change, which is stupid. We need inroads and say, no, let's appeal to them. Like Tim Scott, like Larry Elder, like myself, Maj Toure, Larry Sharp. There are options. There are black people out there who have those. Clarence Thomas. There are a lot of black people out there. Dr. Ben Carson, Herman Cain. There's a lot of black people. Condoleezza Rice. There's a lot of black people. Colin Powell, who are black and or minorities, and they aren't Democrats. That they have opinions that are separate of that. And there's more of them that exist than are public. Because not everyone likes to get told on a daily basis that there's some kind of evil, racist Uncle Tom that sold out their people, which is what I get on a regular basis. So we need to appeal to them. And Kanye is an excuse to start doing that. That is my opinion. Now, I'm doing a big lead in here to talk about Kanye and Trump and what's been going on with Nick Fuentes in just a moment. But I want you to understand the context because I think that's important. Because right now, the news media has zero context. They don't want context. What they want you to do is to obey, and they have determined Kanye is evil, Trump is evil. You don't need to listen to a single thing. Stop listening. Don't hear any of the ideas. Don't hear any of the context. Just accept they're all evil and stay far, far away. And I think that's unfair. It's not unfair to say that Kanye's entertainer and he's not credible. It's not fair to say that because he's an entertainer, because he's a person, he has a voice and maybe he has an illegitimate idea. Evaluate him based on what he has to say. Listen to the idea he's presenting. It's either good or bad. Judge him on that. No, you can't do that. Kanye's evil because he's a Republican, or he claims to be a Republican. And anyone who meets with him, well, they're bad people too. And every statement that has ever been made by Kanye is based on its current connotation. Remember, when Barack Obama met with Louis Farrakhan, that was okay. When he went to his church and his church were spouting black supremacy, that was okay. See, that's okay because they're progressive. But anyone who does anything like that on the right, well, they're evil demons and you can't vote for them. And that means you can never listen to another word they ever say. Not Alan Mintz, not Alan West. Well, yes, Alan West is another one. I didn't mention him. Thank you. So President Trump, who has met Kanye West before, Kanye West, who was not in favor of George Bush, who was, as we saw with the Katrina fiasco, went on national TV during a charity event and said George Bush is racist. He thinks he was horrible to black people. Wrong time. Fine, he expressed himself. So he's not the traditional Republican. Fair enough. But he found a voice in President Trump and he supported President Trump. Okay, fair enough. And they met before. So it's not unusual for a politician who has met a major supporter that got a lot of press over that they would have another meeting, that they would have a dinner. The fact that President Trump is running for president and Kanye says he wants to run for president, means that they would have conversations. People who are running against each other tend to meet each other. In 2014, when I was running for Congress, I met Claudia Tenney because I was at an event, and then I saw her, and then we sat down and talked. There was 2 other candidates in the race. I met them too. We sat down, we had breakfast, we were talking about the race. We were talking about who's had the best chances. We talked about what was going on in the race and the issues that we were tackling and what we hoped would be the best outcome. Why? Because maybe one of us was going to win. And it didn't hurt to know what those guys were looking for. And maybe they had a good idea. Maybe there was something that I should be talking about just like they should. Or maybe they should be talking about some of the issues I was talking about. Maybe we could help each other, or maybe we would understand that we couldn't help each other. And I wound up stepping out of the 2014 congressional race, the New York 22 race, to support Claudia Tenney. It's documented. It's a fact. It's well known. I stepped out of the race, put my support behind Claudia Tenney. Claudia Tenney is a United States representative right now, and she got reelected for the New York 24. I'm proud of that. And to some extent, I'd like to say that in 2014, the fact that we sat down and had a meal helped. Because I could have just kept running in the race, never talked to Claudia. Maybe she wouldn't be elected today, and I wouldn't be elected either. Would that have helped the public? I don't think so. So I'm not surprised that Kanye had a meeting with Trump. In fact, no one was, which is why no one in the news media told you, the public, about the fact that Kanye was going to have a dinner with Trump. No one cared. See, this is important. No one cared because Kanye's an entertainer and a businessman. No one values him as a politician, and he's already met with Trump before. No one cares that he's meeting with him again. So that wasn't a big deal. That's why the news media didn't tell you about it ahead of time. They didn't care. But after the fact, that's when they care. And suddenly we get messages like Trump defends meeting with known white supremacist, says he knew nothing about it. See, Nick Fuentes showed up. Who's Nick Fuentes? I would make a bet that 90% of the public, Republican, Democrat, progressive, Libertarian, Green Party, you have no idea who Nick Fuentes is. 90% of people out there have no idea who Nick Fuentes is. Nick Fuentes is barely known in political circles, let alone whether or not he's known by the general public. Nobody knows who he is. No one cares about Nick Fuentes. No one has ever cared about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes has been around for years, many years. No one cares about him. Nick Fuentes had fights with Ben Shapiro. He had fights with CPAC. No one cared. No one cares about him. He doesn't have a big following. He doesn't even have a small following. He has a following, bigger than mine, give you that. But he's no one that's considered serious in politics. Because he's not a serious man. Because he is a problem. That is a fact. And he's not important in any way. But he has his fans. Everyone does. When you're not being shadow banned, like we get, when you're not having the news media and the internet overlords suppress you and try and knock out your voice to keep you in a box, if you break out of that box, you will find an audience. And I believe, quite honestly, almost anyone. There are 8 billion people on this planet. Even with the pandemic, 8 billion. The population is growing. The pandemic didn't kill everyone. Gee, what a surprise. There are 8 billion people on the planet. I have absolutely no doubt that everyone who wants to get on YouTube, everyone who wants to be a content creator, can get 10,000 people to watch them if there is nothing else stopping. If there isn't anything else trying to put you in a box and shut your voice down, you can get 10,000 people to follow you. I don't think that's that crazy. Nick Fuentes has people who follow him. It seems one of them happens to be Kanye. And fantastic. So Kanye, who having a dinner with Trump that no one cared about, brought Nick Fuentes. Now, Nick Fuentes is an extremist. There is no question on that. He has extreme political views. There is no question about that. There are many people who have extremist views. Louis Farrakhan has extremist views. I don't see anyone being demonized day in and day out. Obama wasn't demonized. Well, that's not quite true. But he wasn't restricted or punished for having been around Louis Farrakhan, talking with him. What's his name? Reverend Al Sharpton. He's a radical. I'll see people losing their minds. He got a TV show. He got a TV show. He was paid to be on the major mainstream news media on the left because he's a radical. There's a lot of radicals out there. Hell, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is a radical. She got to be elected in Congress. There are radicals out there. Alan Grayson of Florida was a representative. Massive, insane radical. Keith Olbermann, radical, insane, radical. They exist on the left, they exist on the right. Kanye brought Nick Fuentes, a radical, to the meal. That's funny. Don't forget to wipe your Jackson after you take your Sharpton. That's funny. So we know that, and it was stated by President Trump. He said, our dinner meeting was intended to be Kanye only, but he arrived with a guest who I had never met and knew nothing about. That's from President Trump talking about Nick Fuentes, because there's no reason to know anything about Nick Fuentes. Kanye went to dinner, he brought someone with him, and oops, it happened to be Nick Fuentes. Happens all the time. I have been at, I don't know how many political events where I'm sitting down at a dinner. Have you ever sat down at, if you've ever gone to one of these political dinners, these plates, and you buy just a ticket for yourself or maybe 2 people, so you'll be sitting at a table with 6 people, maybe 8 people. You don't necessarily know everybody that's there. You don't know the person who's sitting across from you. They came there. They were brought there. You don't know. So Kanye brings Nick Fuentes. Kanye likes Nick Fuentes. Okay. Trump meets him. They have a meal. The meal ends. Trump tells Kanye, don't run in 2024, you're going to lose. Everyone will tell Kanye that if he runs in 2024, he will lose. It is a known fact that Kanye West is going to lose in 2024 against everyone. He'll never win. He's not serious. No one takes him serious. More than whether he's serious or not, no one takes him serious. He's never going to win. That was the whole point of Trump meeting with Kanye. Kind of like when I met with Claudia Tenney. That's it. They had a conversation. They got the result. Done. So here's the thing. Nick Fuentes is now the news. Nick Fuentes, Trump didn't invite Nick Fuentes. And no one is reporting that Trump invited Nick Fuentes. There is no evidence that Nick Fuentes was invited by Trump, or that Trump has ever mentioned Nick Fuentes' name, that he has ever been around Nick Fuentes, that he has ever engaged with Nick Fuentes, that he has ever had politics with Nick Fuentes. Why are we talking about Nick Fuentes? Because you have to demonize President Trump because he's running in 2024. And Democrats are terrified of him. Trump has been the #1 issue in Democratic politics and progressive politics for 6 years. Every day. They do not go through one single day without mentioning President Trump's name in some negative connotation about everything and anything for 6 years in a row. He hasn't been president for 2 years. They cannot stop talking about him. Nick Fuentes, they've never mentioned him to you. They don't care about him. He's not important. He's only important because he wound up being at a meal where Trump happened to be. But the media is absolutely adamant that you have to be upset about this. Let me ask you, were you upset? And this is coming from the New Yorker. This is from the New Yorker. From 2018, January 28, 2018, talking about President Obama and the fact that President Obama, if you knew this about President Obama in 2008, you wouldn't have elected him. This is from Talking Points memo. That man on the right, that is Louis Farrakhan. He is an anti-Semite. He is a black supremacist. He is a radical. There's President Obama standing right next to him, all cheers and happy, having a great little time talking with him. According to the article from the New Yorker, a left-leaning magazine, Muhammad took that gentleman, Askari Muhammad, took a picture in 2005 at a gathering hosted by the Congressional Black Caucus after Obama's star-making turn at the 2004 Democratic National Convention, but before it was clear that the then senator would offer himself as a candidate for president. So Senator Obama meeting with a known anti-Semite, radical, racist, black supremacist, Louis Farrakhan, having a great old time. Nobody knew about it. They didn't want the public to know. Okay? No one cared. Well, they cared a lot. Because he goes on to say, when, in other words, the man was pure potential, when Barack Obama was pure potential, unsullied in the eyes of hopeful Democrats. This is Obama when nobody had anything negative, nationally, had nothing negative to say. And he had just given a great speech and he was being lauded as a great orator. He was moving his way up on the Democratic Party. And after some pressure from one of the caucus's staffers, Muhammad agreed to bury the photo. Progressives killed the story. Democrats killed the story. Kind of like the laptop for Hunter Biden. They killed the story because they knew it would affect votes. But all Obama did was be at a meeting with Louis Farrakhan. Just the fact that he was in a picture with Louis Farrakhan was negative. And Democrats said, oh, we won't even let the public see the picture. Now, you may say to me, Mike, why is that important? Why is that a big deal? Because they don't have the same, they're looking at it from the exact opposite. See, the meeting between Louis Farrakhan and Obama might have been innocent, might not have been anything to do with the anti-Semitism that Louis Farrakhan is known for. It may have been, they could have been talking about jaywalking for all I know. Could have been. But they were terrified. And Obama has since said, and has said many a time about his church and about this, Reverend Wright's church, and also about his meeting and interactions with Louis Farrakhan and BLM, it was all innocent. And the media said, okay, it's innocent. Obama said it was innocent. It's innocent. Let's drop the story. Why are they going on about Nick Fuentes? There is no evidence that Trump invited Nick Fuentes. There's no evidence that Trump has ever been an anti-Semite. There is no evidence that Trump has been a white nationalist. And he has, in fact, gone out of his way publicly dozens of times to denounce anti-Semites and white nationalists. So why are they pushing this image? Because it's about politics. It's about obey, don't ask questions, don't think about it. Now, if you want to say, why is Kanye having meetings with Nick Fuentes? That's perfectly legitimate. Kanye brought Nick Fuentes. Kanye invited Nick Fuentes to a meeting between two candidates. Kanye is working with Nick Fuentes. That's not the same thing as President Trump working with Nick Fuentes. Does that make sense? See, this is important to get this because they know The image, the messaging is more important. They have been spending all of 6 years trying to convince you that President Trump is a racist, that he's a racist, sexist, anti-Semite, and they have no evidence of these things. There isn't any. Because we've had 6 years. They've had every opportunity to try and find anything and everything that will prove that he's a racist, sexist, anti-Semite. They have no proof. None. They will make up lies. They will misreport the truth because remember, Charlottesville. Yeah, did you actually listen to his words? January 6th, did you actually listen to his speech? Did you actually listen to what he or read what he wrote? Because if you did, then you know it's not true. But the headline said that he said that. And that's why you're wrong. That's why you're a parrot obeying. Take the time to actually look at this because the headline is wrong. There's no inflation if you're going by the headlines. Biden wiped out inflation in September. That was a lie. Did your prices go down? Did you suddenly have gas at $2? Did your electric bill get cut in half? No, I don't think it did. So inflation didn't get wiped out. But Biden said, and the headline said, inflation didn't exist. They say that we're not in a food crisis right now. Yeah, go out and buy a head of lettuce if you can find it. Go and buy butter if you can find it. Baby food formula if you can find it. Tell me what the price of eggs is if it hasn't tripled for you. But we're not in a recession. You can't just go by the headline. This is why I don't care about Kanye West. This is why I don't care about Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, yes, I am a political junkie. I know politicians across New York State, in Congress right now, across the country. I have their personal phone numbers. Democrats, Libertarians, Republicans. I know politicians all over the place. I have known them for years. And I've been to CPAC and other events. Fantastic. So I've heard of Nick Fuentes. I know a bit about Nick Fuentes. I've never met Nick Fuentes. I've never actually been involved with anything he has to do. But I know enough to know that he's not consequential. He's not important. He's meaningless. And he's not necessarily a good guy. He's a radical. So why are we focused on this? Because that's, for the political junkies, we already know that about him. And like I said, anyone can get 10,000 people. You can have a 6-year-old doing a video on playing Minecraft and he'll get 1 million hits. You put a video out about a cat walking across a piano keys, you'll get 15 million people to watch that. Telling me that Nick Fuentes has an audience, that he has a bunch of people who follow him, means nothing. That doesn't mean that he's a political figure. Doesn't mean that he has any importance. He wants importance. He wants to be considered important. He wants to be someone who has a voice. He wants to meet Trump because he can use that to his advantage. Kanye West may think that Nick Fuentes is a smart guy. Fantastic for Kanye. But Kanye isn't serious either. And he was told as much by President Trump in their dinner, at least according to the reporting that we are able to see. So, why is this a big deal? Because the media wants you to think Republican is evil in every aspect. And anyone who's a Republican is evil. This is the underlying current here. Oh, Nick Fuentes is an evil racist, and he's a Republican, so all Republicans must be evil racists. And anyone who speaks to Nick Fuentes for any reason whatsoever, under any circumstance whatsoever, they must be evil racists too. And then they're going to say, and that's the proof, and that proves that President Trump is an evil racist, even though for 6 years they have never shown us any evidence that he is racist, sexist, or evil. He may be a misogynist, he may be gruff and has a sense of humor that progressives just won't like. Women may or may not like it. He doesn't really care. He's married. He's got his kids. He didn't care. But that's not the same thing. Telling me you don't like the jokes that he makes in a locker room amongst his friends or people that he thought were his friends, telling me that means nothing. I guarantee you, everyone who's watching this, if you're a grown adult, if you're not a grown adult, if someone randomly was listening to a bunch of your private conversations with people you thought are your friends, at some point you said something that wasn't PC that someone else would take offense about. Guaranteed. You're not Mother Teresa. You're not a saint. You said something. You did something. So let's not get all into the weeds about that. See, you can tell me you don't like President Trump. You can tell me you don't want to vote for President Trump. You can tell me, first of all, I don't care if you like him or not. Do you think President Trump was effective? The answer to that is 4 years ago, life was better than it is today. Yes, he was effective. The world was more at peace and stable 4 years ago, 5 years ago than it is today. He was effective. You may not like that, but it's a fact. Would you vote for him? Maybe or maybe not. Do you like him? I don't care. You don't have to like him. That's not part of the package. That's not part of the requirements for the job. You don't have to like him. You can hate his guts. He's effective. Is there any evidence that President Trump is a sexist, racist, anti-Semite? No. He has been a political figure in the eye of the public for over 40 years. 40 years. The NAACP loved him. Democrats loved him and accepted his checks and his donations for decades. If he was any of those things, they'd have brought that up somewhere along the line. Hillary Clinton has known President Trump for decades. Do you think she might have had some evidence? If she thought he was a racist, sexist, anti-Semite, don't you think Hillary Clinton might have clued in the public somewhere along the line? Might have provided some evidence of it somewhere along the line? I know, she's a liar too. We've found that out. We've seen her lie to the public on a regular basis. But she was surrounded by other Democrats. You mean to tell me not one Democrat who has known President Trump for 4 decades, 40 years, not one of them has any evidence of anything that shows him to be an anti-Semite, a sexist, or a racist. Yet you're supposed to assume that so that you vote against him. See, this is my problem. You don't have to like him. I don't care if you like President Trump or not. I'm not telling you to vote for President Trump or not. You may want to vote for DeSantis. Fantastic. That's on you. That's your choice. He's not an establishment. He's not a standard politician. And that could be a reason not to vote for him. That's fantastic. That's your reasoning. But if you're telling me that he's an anti-Semite, sexist, racist, and you have no evidence of that, and the only thing you have to go on is a headline that came from the major media that don't like Republicans and don't like him, then there's a problem. And if you're going to tell me he's connected to Nick Fuentes and you have no evidence other than Kanye West, an entertainer, brought this guy to a dinner, you're out of your friggin' mind. I hate talking about entertainers and useless people in politics. It advances nothing. It is to no one's benefit. I have gone in great detail on this to make it very, very clear. This is a useless, waste of time conversation. It is meant to manipulate people's emotions. It is to make you feel like Nazi, bad, everyone is evil. That's it. It's to say white people are evil Nazis. That's it. Republicans are evil Nazis. That's what they want you to think so that they can control your voting without having earned a reason to vote Democrat. That is it. If they show us evidence that President Trump was there and was lauding this Nick Fuentes about his anti-Semitism, that he was lauding racism and white nationalism, you show me that evidence, I will be the first one to jump on the bandwagon and say, you know what, I denounce that. But for 6 years, they have never shown the evidence. Is he a nice guy? No, I don't care if he's a nice guy. Oh, he has really rude jokes. I don't care about the jokes he makes. He's the president. He's running for the presidency. I don't care about whether he makes good or bad jokes. He's not here to entertain me. He's here to be the president. He is here to instill fear and respect around the world, to keep the world stable and to make sure that the quality of life in America is as high as it can be. I don't care if he is a rude, arrogant, mean-spirited individual. I could care less. It doesn't change the job or his ability to do it. Is he effective at the job? His personality is meaningless. We didn't hire him for his personality. And if you vote for anyone in any elected office based on their personality, God forbid you are ruining the country, because I don't care about their personality, the color of skin, their sexual gender. Are they good? Are they effective? And if you're going to make an accusation, you better have some proof. You notice when I have been talking on this channel, and I'm going to get to the comments, folks. I know I've been at this for a little bit, but give me a moment. In the years that I do this, I don't attack people's family. I don't attack their kids. And I try not to attack them personally. I'm sure there have been examples where I have. And if I have, it's because I have proof. And when I attack them on their policies, specifically because I can go through the policy with you and look at it. When I've been talking about Joe Biden, I'm talking about his policies or the lack of the policies and how they are affecting you. And I walk you through that. I show you the evidence and I give you the breakdown on it. And we have examples and evidence of his mental breakdown in front of our eyes, documented in video and photos and written documents. I'm not attacking him personally. I'm targeting and attacking the flaws in someone who is an elected official based on the evidence available. When I say that John Fetterman is unqualified to be a senator, whether or not he got elected, he's unqualified because he is mentally unfit. That is because he had a stroke and he cannot communicate. He thinks poorly. His mind is broken. That is a medical condition. And if he gets better, let him run then. But now he is a senator who cannot speak and cannot think and cannot communicate. He is useless. He is ineffective. Has nothing to do with whether he's white or not. Has nothing to do with him being a Democrat or not. Although I don't agree with his Democratic policies as is, but he is unfit. That's not a personal attack. That's an evaluation of his effectiveness. See, there's a difference there. But if you want to tell me that a politician was sitting down with somebody who's a criminal, you know what? I can pull up stories about everyone, not just Obama with Farrakhan, not just President Obama with Reverend Wright. What about Hillary with Norman Sue? Do you remember that story? We can go through all kinds of stories of photos of Democrats and Republicans standing next to all kinds of people. Remember Al Sharpton? What about all the Democratic senators who were hanging out with him? And he was someone who was accused of Me Too sexual allegations. Are they all guilty too because they knew about it? What about all of Hollywood that supported Harvey Weinstein, including Oprah? Why she still got billions? Why isn't she canceled when she was feeding him children? This is documented. We know this. We've had the women come out and say that. So if you're making a difference between Oprah, where we have facts and we have evidence, and President Trump, where we have allegations, there's a problem with the way you are thinking. If you're listening to the headlines that say that President Trump is having this meal because he invited this white supremacist and the evidence doesn't exist, then there's a problem. You have been manipulated. You are obeying and you are following the least informative aspect of politics, and that means you're supporting the breakdown of our nation. Again, show me the evidence and I will be happy to denounce him. Without the evidence, the fact is he's effective and he should be able to run, and trying to emotionally manipulate me and you is counterproductive. It tells me that they have nothing. They have nothing to offer of substance. So they have to distract you. They have to make you angry. They have to put this image in your mind so that you don't react the way that you should react. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I disagree. You can tell me that you think I'm wrong. You can tell me that you can tell me why you have a different conclusion. But if you're going to tell me that President Trump is a white nationalist because he had a dinner with Nick Fuentes, first thing I'm going to tell you is, show me how he knows Nick Fuentes. Show me when he invited Nick Fuentes. Show me when he quoted Nick Fuentes. Show me Trump being a nationalist anywhere else at any other time in the last 45 years. That's what I'm going to ask you first. But if you tell me, oh, you don't think he's the best person for the job, fantastic. Okay. That's fine. Do you see the difference? Let me go back to the comments. And by the way, folks, I am more than happy to have anyone call in about this, 607-242-9247. And you can tell me, do you think Trump having dinner with Nick Fuentes and Kanye West, does that affect your vote? And tell me why. Why does it affect your vote? I'm really interested in that. Whether you're a Democrat or a Republican, a Libertarian, your Green Party, I don't care. Tell me why. So let me look at this. I'm going to ask that question here in the comment. Hang on a second. I can't type. Hang on. So the question that I want to put it out for everyone is, does Trump having dinner with questionable people, Kanye, Fuentes, whoever, affect your potential vote, and why? Let me go back to some of the comments. Can we talk about Hobbs trying to certify an election that 4 counties have refused to certify, and how Maricopa County is telling Kari Lake that they don't have the paperwork her lawyers are asking for? Arizona is a mess. And for all of the comments that we have been receiving over the last several years saying that they're making the elections safer and more secure, minus the cabal that are fortifying elections. Remember, Newsweek told us about that. We remember that they told us that they are fortifying elections. So minus the fortification of elections, the election system is insane, and probably the worst example of it is Arizona. So yeah, that's a big problem. And I have many issues with the Arizona elections. There we go. So going on, Mary. Hello, Mary, by the way. Thank you for joining us, Mary. Mary mentions that Trump was very effective. Well, Mary, that's the number one factor that I care about in any elected official. I don't care what election it is. Is the candidate effective? If they aren't a previously elected official, they don't have a record in politics, do I believe that they can be effective? If it's a first-time candidate, can they be effective? Is there anything that gives me a reason to believe they will be effective in their job? Do they have a good plan? Do they have a good outlook? What makes me believe they're effective? And yeah, Trump, whether you like Trump or not, again, that's meaningless. That has nothing to do with anything. Was he effective? The answer is yes, he was effective. We know that. He was 2 Nobel Peace Prize nominations, peace in the Middle East, stabilizing the world. We got a lot of things we can say he was very effective on. Can't say that about Biden. Can't say that about most Democrats. Let me go on. User has been banned says, I'd be shocked if I didn't say something offensive. Yeah, we've all said offensive things to someone. Everyone has made a microaggression against someone. Everyone has made a macroaggression against someone. If you listen to the progressive ideology about subliminal, or what is it they call it? Not subjective. It's like subliminal racism. It's inherent. It's in the back of your mind. Everyone has it. It's everyone. So really, we can't even hold that against people. Mary says, I agree that entertainers need to stay the heck out of politics, except President Reagan. He brought home the hostages that Carter could not do. And you know what, Mary, you bring up a great point. What's my difference about Ronald Reagan? The difference about Ronald Reagan is that by the time he became president, he was already governor of California. He was no longer he wasn't an entertainer. He had established himself as a serious and effective politician. When he ran for governor of California, he established himself as a politician. He wasn't an actor. He wasn't out trying to entertain people. I would say the same thing, and I have said the same thing about Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger gave up acting and went into politics. And he requested and he made sure that people could effectively and realistically evaluate him as a politician, not an actor. Okay? Entertainers, if they have to give up being an entertainer to be a politician, and they have to be convincing, not in acting, but in the policies and in the issues that they have. Clint Eastwood is an effective politician. Why? Not because of his acting. He wasn't acting. He wasn't acting when he was doing his politics. He was involved in the politics. He had very clear and well-defined positions. He had effective policy, and he committed to that. And that's the thing that's missing from Kanye. Kanye wants me to take him serious. Stop singing, stop making music videos and entertaining. Focus on explaining your political ideology and views. Be taken seriously as a politician. Have a policy, have a platform, have clear views. Stand on that. Risk everything on that. You can't be an entertainer and do that. It's one or the other. So that's the difference between Ronald Reagan, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Kanye West, in my opinion. Let me go on. Users Bevan says, why doesn't Congress have to take a civil servant's test? Because they wouldn't pass it. That's why. Good question. No reason why they can't take a test, but they won't because then they wouldn't pass it. Dow says, Fetterman's wife, John Fetterman, Senator John Fetterman, to be fair, wife is there to save the day. Eleanor 3.0. Dr. Jill is 2.0. Yeah, they're there to help shore it up. But guess what? No one voted for John Fetterman's wife. Do you even know what her name is? Do you even care? What's her politics? What's her policies? Do you care? She wasn't the one being elected. He was. So she may be able to understand things. She may be lucid and be sharp as a stick. I don't know. But I don't care because she didn't run. He did. So we're evaluating him. And unlike Roosevelt, who was in a wheelchair doesn't stop you from being able to speak or to think. There's a big difference. I had this conversation with a progressive before. Well, John Fetterman's like Roosevelt. No, he's not. Roosevelt couldn't walk. He could still speak. He could still think. He could still write. He could have a conversation. John Fetterman can't. It's not the same. Oh, it's like having a hearing aid. No, because you can still communicate. You can still write. You can still speak. It's like having glasses. No, it's not. You can still write. You can still speak. You can still hear. You can still communicate. John Fetterman can't. Even with a computer. He can't. We've seen it. It's not a question. It's a fact. We've seen him in debates. We've seen him at speeches. We've seen that he cannot do the job. So he's not effective. So even when people say, well, his wife wasn't elected. Let her run for elected office. She didn't, so she doesn't count. Dr. Jill doesn't count. Why? She's not elected. I don't care. She's the first lady. So that's not an elected office. Means nothing to me. Didn't mean anything to me when Hillary was in there. Doesn't mean anything to me when Republican first ladies are in there. They're not important. They're figureheads. They have nothing to do with it. So he doesn't get a pass for that. And I know that's a progressive thing, but I don't care. Yusuf's Been Banned says, well, Trump is a nationalist and he's white, so he must be a white nationalist. That's the reasoning of the left. And that reasoning is really dumb because I'm a nationalist. I believe in America. People who served in the military are nationalists. People who volunteered to work, people who work in the government are nationalists. It's stupid. So I understand your point, user has been banned. But when we stop to think about these things, rather than just obey, rather than just nod our heads, we realize it doesn't make any sense. Let's see. Hi, Mary. Yes, Mary. So I am paying attention. I do see people when they're making comments. Sometimes when I get in the middle of a rant, though, I don't respond right away, so I apologize. But I am paying attention to everyone. Again, anyone can call in at any time. Don't mind if I'm in the middle of a rant. If there's something I'm saying and you want to respond to it, call in 607-242-9247. If something is breaking news, call in. Tell me about it. Don't worry. If I didn't see your tweet right away, tweet again. Or send me a message again on Facebook, on YouTube, wherever. Send me a message again. I will get to it. I apologize when I don't get to it right away, but I'm paying attention. Jan says they turned on Trump because he ran against Hillary and won. So they had to destroy him. Then his policy proved politicians don't get anything done, and he showed them to be corrupt. Well, this is true. If you remember, back in 2015-16, Democrats loved Trump. They thought he was a big joke. They loved giving him free press and free attention because they thought he was a joke. They didn't realize he had some actual policies, that he had an actual position. He had an effective mindset on what he could do. And he was untraditional. He didn't follow the normal establishment politics, which made him more effective as a leader. And so, yeah, he made them all look bad, which is why they had to demonize him and why they have tried to demonize him and why they lie about him. There are still tens of thousands of Americans that believe Russia collusion was real. We spent $35 million, spent 3 years on 3 different investigations. None of it's true. In fact, every single investigation on Russia collusion pointed out more Democrats breaking the law and working with Russians. Then that's it. There were only Democrats that were at fault in every single investigation that was done by Democrats. All the investigations pointed to Democrats doing things that were wrong and illegal. Time and time again. They never found anything on them. I mean, really. So yeah, it does show the corruption. Jen goes on to say, policies is the only thing people should vote on, not who they are having dinner with unless it's proven they invited them for nefarious reasons. I get it. Mike, if you get flagged for hate speech, Arnold's name to the AI. Look, and this may get us flagged because I'm talking about a black man. And the last time I had a black politician, Marcus C. Williams, running for the 137th Assembly District in New York State. And this is how bad it is. Marcus, a black Republican, was talking to me about crime in Rochester. And because we were talking about the crime that was on his block, the crime that happened just before he started the interview with me, he was telling me about that on the interview and why that was a reason for him to run for elected office. YouTube said that was hate speech and they deleted it. So 2 black men talking about crime in their neighborhood is hate speech according to YouTube, just so people know. So it is quite possible that a black man, a black Hispanic man, myself, talking about Kanye, a black man, talking about politics with Trump and Nick Fuentes may actually get me banned because I did nothing wrong. But it's possible. It's quite possible. Now, let me see. User's been banned says she's actually cute and he looks like he was unfrozen from 10 million. Okay. Dow says if we as a people were to condemn anyone that met with undesirables, every American from 1775 onwards would have had to be condemned. It's what happens when ideologies swirl around the market. Look, people have ideology. Someone's always going to be offended. Someone is always going to be, and I'm not standing up for anyone. No Nazis, no neo-Nazis, no. White supremacists, no. I'm not standing up for them. I condemn them. I've always condemned them. That's not the point. I'm saying it takes more than the accusation of something going wrong. I said that about when Al, what's his name? The senator, not Al Sharpton, what's his name? Former Senator Al Smalley. What's it? Hang on. The Saturday Night Live guy who got kicked out of office because of Me Too. Franken, that's it. Al Franken. When Al Franken was given the accusation of the Me Too allegations, on this channel, I stood up for him. I said, you know what? That's wrong. No one should be fired from the job because of an accusation. Show me the proof. Show us evidence. Have something of substance. And then, yeah, if you have the substance, I'm all with you. But that wasn't the case. See, we can't just run around saying, well, I accuse you of something. And that's why I don't like red flag laws. And we have seen, and people have been seeing over and over again in all 18 states and Washington, D.C., that people left and right are just getting accused of being a bad person, and they're losing their property and their families, and they're being labeled as domestic terrorists and evil people when they've done nothing wrong, when there is no crime. This is how you create thought police. This is like having the secret police, except it's out in the open and it's being led by the news media. You thought the wrong thing. Who cares? I can think anything I want. I can say things. I can say things you don't like. That's not a crime. You equally can say, I disagree with that. I think that that's absolutely wrong. I think here's all the reasons why you're wrong. Let's have that discussion. Defeat me verbally. Show me I'm wrong. By trying to silence me, by trying to demonize someone, you don't stop them. You just drive them underground. Look, Nick Fuentes is no one impressive. Of all the politicians, I've talked to many politicians, elected officials, people connected to politics. I've talked about Nick Fuentes on a regular basis, and I have yet to find anyone who finds that he has anything of substance. He's not worth talking about, which is why I don't talk about him. I've known about him for years. Don't talk about him. Why? He's meaningless. He's not effective. He's not important. He has no impact. So why bring him up? I don't. And he may be an anti-Semite and white nationalist. Fantastic. That's on top of everything else. No one values him, but he is being used as an example. He wanted to get into the headlines because he's a narcissist, just like every other politician. He's a narcissist, and so he got Kanye to bring him to a dinner that no one else would have invited him to and that he has never been part of before. Fantastic. That doesn't mean that the people who were at the dinner share his views. It means he barged into a place he wasn't supposed to be at. This is a non-event. Seriously. And there's no evidence to make it seem like that. All it is, oh, see, well, that proves Trump is a racist. He's a racist. We've been telling you he's a racist. Now we have proof. No, you don't. You still don't have any proof. You still have nothing except you say so. And these are coming from people like CBS News, like CNN, like MSNBC, like Newsweek, who have told us that they lie on a regular basis. How many people have been fired from NBC, MSNBC, CNN for fabricating stories, from the New York Times, from making up articles, from plagiarizing articles? I covered this about 2 months ago, where there were back-to-back announcements from Newsweek and NBC telling us that they had dozens of articles that were absolutely false. We know this because we have seen CBS and the New York Times take 2 years to validate a laptop and a story that was validated and verified 2 years ago before the election because of politics. So if you're telling me, well, they said so, so it must be true. No, they're liars. They are proven liars. And if you tell me, well, Joe Biden says that Joe Biden lied about how many Americans are in Afghanistan today. These are liars. Why should you believe them? Well, Mike, you can't possibly know that. Well, I'm giving you all the evidence that I have and the conclusions that I'm making on it. Tell me where I'm wrong. Tell me how I'm wrong. Alex Jones is another example. Yeah, there's a bunch of examples. I know, I've gone over this. And the reason why I want to, you will probably never hear me talk about Nick Fuentes again. It is highly unlikely that I will ever bring up Nick Fuentes again because he's useless. You will probably almost, well, not never, but it will be pretty cold day. It'll be a chilly day in hell the next time I'm probably talking about Kanye West. Just like you've maybe heard me say, the only time I've ever talked about Tom Cruise as a politician was because someone asked me twice, 2 different times, in political roundtables, what did I think of him as an elected official, which is, he's useless. I don't think of him like that. He's meaningless. Same thing. McConaughey, useless, meaningless. You're never going to hear me seriously talk about these people because there's nothing seriously to say about them. Until they prove otherwise, this isn't real. This isn't meaningful. It's not useful. It is a distraction. It is meant to keep you busy. And you say, well, Mike, what could it be distracting us about? Well, besides everything else we've been talking about, like the food crisis, like the recession that's ongoing, like the problems that we have with Iran right now and where that's leading us, besides the fact that we're going and empowering the Venezuelan dictatorship to cover up the fact that we are not energy independent, besides those issues, we're also distracting from the fact that Hunter Biden is facing 400, let me say it again, Hunter Biden is facing 400 crimes, charges from the FBI. The evidence is with the FBI for more than 6 months now. The investigations have been done. We know of crimes that he is connected to, like illegally possessing a firearm and disposing of that firearm illegally, endangering children. We know this for a fact. We have questions about who he was having sex with, whether it was prostitutes and underage prostitutes, which may be sex crimes involved in that. And we know that he has had dealings with foreign countries, Ukraine and China in particularly, that could be influencing and have potentially implicated Joe Biden. That's a conversation. We're not having that conversation because we're talking about Kanye. Seriously. How the hell is that relevant? Why would I talk about Kanye when I can talk about the crimes of Hunter Biden and the question of whether or not Joe Biden is involved in that, which means our government is corrupt. It has been corrupted. There's a corrupting influence at the highest level of our government, at a level and in a manner that we have not seen before. Why would I not want to talk about that? Why would I not want to talk about the fact that Joe Biden lied to the American people for more than a year, and 5,000 of our fellow Americans are sitting in Afghanistan right now, abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration, while they're busy going with equity, trying to get Brittany Griner, a self-admitted criminal, out of jail. Gee, where's my priority? It certainly isn't with Brittany Griner. But I'm the bad guy and I'm the racist for saying we should get the Americans out of Afghanistan, the children out of the Ukraine, long before we ever talk about Brittany Griner and her self-admitted crimes. And still before getting to her, we need to deal with Biden and his corruption, or potential corruption, to be fair. But I'm the bad guy. Progressive leaders of tomorrow, Democrats, they love to tell you, I'm the bad guy because I'm a black Republican. Ooh. Really? What have I said that's wrong? How are my policies, my predictions, my understanding of politics, how is it wrong? Don't tell me you don't like it. I don't care if you like it. Tell me how I'm wrong. Explain to me where my logic is failed. Show me where the evidence I am providing isn't correct. They can't. So all they have left is to emotionally manipulate. Folks, this is why I say all the time, please, please, please go out there and like, share, subscribe. Please do. Because we need your support. All I'm asking for is, it costs you nothing. Hit the subscribe button. You know what? You'll have a better time spending 4 hours with me than going out to watch Wakanda Forever. And it costs you nothing to watch me every week. You're saving money. You're getting more entertainment value than watching She-Hulk. Just saying. So please like, share, subscribe. Share this with other people. Take clips of this and share it with people. And say, hey, what do you think? So we've been going 4 hours. Wow. Time flies. And again, if anyone has a different opinion or they would like to share their opinion for or against Kanye West or Nick Fuentes, President Trump, I'm all ears. If you think I got any of that wrong, if there's another issue you want to talk about, let me know. Speaking of which, I have forgotten, let's see. I think Dal sent me a link to a story. And I want to make sure. Did you send it to me? Not that one. Here it is, The Guardian. Okay, so I did want to get to this earlier about San Francisco. Let me show everybody. So I've not read this story. I didn't hear about this. Came out on the 24th of November from the Guardian newspaper. San Francisco police propose using robots capable of deadly force. Really? Really? I got to stop right there with the headline. The San Francisco police, who wanted to defund the police, who say the police are racist, are going to use a robot to violate the 3 rules of robotics. So they've never read Isaac Asimov. That's to start with. This is how you get a Terminator. I mean, to go into sci-fi, but I mean, Isaac Asimov's 3 rules, brilliant. By the way, people who don't know what that is, Isaac Asimov, he's a scientist and a science fiction writer. He was thinking about robots in the 1950s, before anything like that ever happened. And he decided that, okay, robots may come in the future. How would mankind protect ourselves against robots? 3 rules. A robot must listen. A robot must protect human beings. A robot must always protect a human being through action or inaction. They cannot allow a human being to be hurt or killed. That's the first rule for a robot. Second rule for a robot must follow any and all rules from or orders, must obey any and all orders from a human being unless it conflicts with the first rule, which is cannot harm or allow to be harmed any human being in front of them. Third rule of robotics, a robot must protect itself unless that would violate either the second or first rule. Okay? So robots are there to keep themselves alive, keep themselves functioning, so that they can obey the commands of human beings unless anything, either action or inaction, would cause that human being to die or be harmed. And here we are in San Francisco, and they're violating those rules because they're building a robot to kill people, which is the Terminator. Boy, this is in California. You think they might have seen a movie. Okay. City's board of supervisors to consider proposal involving remote control devices. Isn't San Francisco the city that's paying people to not commit crimes? Yeah. Here it is. Yep, it's San Francisco. San Francisco. It's a suburb of San Francisco. San Francisco is the place where they are paying criminals to not commit crimes. And those same geniuses that said, if we pay someone $1,000 a month to not commit crimes, that will stop crime. These are the same geniuses who decide that a robot should be able to kill people. Mary, I'm interested. By the way, folks, just so you see it, just got a message from Mary. There it is. And Mary says that there's going to be a lawsuit for the medical professionals, 34,000 Americans, New York State residents, who declined to take the jab and were fired by Kathy Hochul in New York State. And considering that we know New York State has already ruled that the practical progressive Eric Adams, mayor of New York City, was unconstitutional when he fired the city workers because of not getting the jab, that means our doctors should be getting their jobs back and back pay. And I hope so. I would love to follow what's going to happen on that on December 8th. Mary, please let me know about that. Let me continue with San Francisco. So, user has been banned says he wants one of these. I might want one of them too. Sounds like good home defense. So, San Francisco police proposed that it is going to be allowed to use robots with deadly force. This is stupid. I can think of about a dozen ways that this is not going to work out well for people. What happens if the robot shorts out and just starts shooting people? What if someone has a programming error and it decides to shoot people? What if someone hacks into the robot and it starts shooting people? Those are three great reasons why instantly. I have three instant questions, and all I need to know is they want to put a robot with deadly force. I've got three reasons why you should never have a robot. And you can't tell me that there will never be a programming error. You can never tell me that someone won't be able to hack into it. You can't tell me that it's not going to make the wrong decision, that it's going to go haywire or break down. This is stupid. Yes, Mary, I remember coming to, by the way, Mary is talking about, and it's important, New York State fighting against the unlawful and I believe unconstitutional firing of 34,000 of our doctors. There was an event in Cortez, which, by the way, if you want to follow what happened in New York State, in New York, especially in the southern tier, for our doctors when thousands of citizens came out to try and protect our doctors and to protect ourselves and our right to choose, please look up the vaccine mandate protests that occurred, which also includes a fundraiser at Cortese, a restaurant here in Binghamton, New York. A very good restaurant, by the way. Great. They make chicken française. I love it. And they had a wonderful event there. And they definitely did a great job of protecting people, protecting their interests. And I thought it was great. So, yes, I am happy that you're reminding me, because I do remember the fundraiser. I do remember the event. I didn't remember when the date was. So please let me know. I will try and get out there to cover that. I absolutely will. So, Users Been Banned says, what happens when someone hacks it or disables it using a jammer, steals the web? There's a fourth problem with this. Somebody breaks the stupid thing. They hit it with a car. It's sitting still, and some kid walks up behind it where the camera doesn't see it, snips the wires, and takes the gun. A gang steals the stupid thing. They zap it with electricity. I don't know. Take a generator, put a wire on it, bang, zaps it. And now they take the whole stupid thing. Now they got an armed mobile remote weapon. Which puts us into, again, Terminator time. We've got this thing roaming around. If you think that some gang, MS-13, the Crips, the Bloods, Spanish Family, any of them, one of them come together, someone's not going to think, hey, I got a neat idea, man. Let's just take it. What? Let's steal the robot. We'll go and steal the robot. We'll hit it with, take a generator, a cord, a wire. We'll just drop it on it, short the stupid thing out, pick the whole thing up, put it in a truck, take it to wherever, chop shop, whatever. Get many of the kids are computer programmers. It's not that hard. It's not that impossible. They get a kid to, either because of money or because he's part of the gang, to go in there, fiddle with the program, and now they've got their own personal little Terminator. What do they call them? The H&Ks? The H&Ks running around the neighborhood trying to shoot Crips or trying to shoot Bloods or shooting MS-13 or whoever. They got their own little Terminator running around the neighborhood just shooting up things. Do you think that will never happen? I guarantee you that will happen. And they don't have to worry about fingerprints. They want to go and do a drive-by? This is their drive-by machine. They'll use the robot to drive past wherever neighborhood, whatever block, and just have it blast people. This thing has so many problems. No wonder this is coming from San Francisco. The same people who are so stupid is that they thought they would spend $1,000 a month to pay criminals not to commit crime. They're that stupid, folks. They are that dumb that they think that this is a good idea. That they think that having a robot go around shooting people is a good idea. I mean, at least at least the Terminator had a reason. It had a purpose. This is just stupid. Seriously, this is just stupid. I've given you 4 great reasons, and let me understand. So no one on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, when thinking about this, thinking about the amount of money this stupid thing is going to cost. Can you imagine how much money this thing costs to build and maintain and to deploy? Think about this. This thing cost probably a couple $1 million of taxpayer money. And I've already come up with 4 with the help of one of the audience members. We've come up with 4 different ways on how this will be abused. Maybe 5. I think we're up to 5 now. 5 ways that this will be abused against the people. millions of dollars wasted, and this will be a problem. It will endanger lives. These people are idiots. If I can do that looking at the picture, and I can figure out 5 ways how this is going to kill people and be a detriment to the people of San Francisco, if I can come up with 5 different ways that this is going to happen, you mean to tell me nobody on the city's board of supervisors could figure that out, and how many months it took for them to figure out that they want to do this? San Francisco, you're screwed. I knew California was out of their mind on drugs and dumb, but this is a whole new level of stupid. I mean, this is literally stupid. This isn't just like mistaken. This is stupid. Someone is going to hack this, steal this, reprogram this, strip it down. There's about 5 different ways that this thing is going to be used to kill people. And there's nothing that they can do to stop it. I mean, what? They're going to make a tank? It's not a tank. It's not even like it's a tank. For those who are really old and know the Steve Jackson games, it's not an ogre. And I know nobody knows what that reference is. Nobody knows what the reference is to Steve Jackson games ogre. I do. So it's not an ogre. It's not a tank. This is a weapon ready to go. This is going to be the new drive-by vehicles for gang members. This is dumb. This is dumb. Let me see if I can find out more on this. What morons? What morons? Come on, I can't type. Let's see. And this is lethal force. This is something they know is going to kill people. They don't want police. They don't want human flesh and blood people to have the ability to commit deadly force. They don't trust their police to do deadly force. Let's see. I'm doing this all live with you folks. I'm just trying to find out some evidence here. Let's find out about the crime rate. Oh, look at this. Wow, look at that. Rape is up 4.5%. Robbery is up 6%. Assault is up 8.8%. Sex trafficking, luckily, is down 50%. That they even have who has sex trafficking as a category in their city? Really? That you even have human trafficking, sex and otherwise, they have a statistic for human trafficking, for slavery. Human trafficking is slavery. They have a slavering category. What city has slavery going on? Okay. Burglaries down 20%, although it's 5,000 burglaries. Wow, that's great. But, carjacking's up. Arson's down. That's nice. And theft is 31,000. That's up. So, and homicide is literally 1. The difference of homicide, 1. The difference is 1. It's 48 versus 49 in the last year. So I think it's pretty safe to say that San Francisco doesn't know what they're doing. San Francisco is a bad place. They're not very safe. And they don't trust their police. Let me see. I'm also going to check if San Francisco. I know they defunded their police. Yep, here we go. First story, ABC News. Police department budget up 4.4% since 2019, despite the fact, let's see, we haven't been able to reduce the police budget. They're trying to defund the police. Look at that. August this year, San Francisco defunded the police before they reversed course. So they defunded their police because they don't trust their police. This is fun. They cut the budget, defunded the police, crime went up, and now they want a robot. Now they want a robot. This is stupid. My God. This is really dumb. They're going to have 17 of these things. By the way, I'm just looking through the story. 17. They're going to have 17 remote-controlled robots. 17 remote-controlled robots. How much do these things cost? So, 17. San Francisco Gate is covering this. That could use legal force. 17 little mini H&K. What was it in Terminator? H&Ks that went around hunting people? Yeah, 17 of them. Robots will only be used as a deadly force option when the risk of loss of life is to members of the public or officers or an imminent and outweigh any other are imminent. Okay. And any other force options. That's the same reason why police are authorized to use deadly force. They don't just walk around just shooting criminals. This is stupid. The American Civil Liberties Union agrees with me. You've got to be kidding. They agree with me. This is stupid. You know what? I didn't know that in 2016, Dallas used a robot to kill a person. I'd say that's stupid too. They want to use it in Oakland. Yeah, that's a good thing. Go straight into the middle of the gang ghetto and give them a robot. That's just brilliant. How much do these things cost? You notice they didn't mention how much. Nowhere in this article does it say how much does this stupid thing cost. How much money are they wasting of the people in San Francisco? If someone is in California, especially if there's a Democrat in California, please tell me. Call into the show, or leave me a message here. Tell me, how much do these stupid things cost? You're going to have 17 mini Terminators running around San Francisco and Oakland. And you think that somehow that is not going to go wrong, that is not going to be abused, hacked, stolen, reprogrammed, stripped. You really think that's going to happen? This is as dumb as I have ever heard an idea. It's a bomb bot. That's funny. That's funny. Is there anyone who's watching this that thinks that that's a smart idea? In any way? Is there any part of this that makes any sense to anyone that this thing is going to be able to do this? Because I can't think of any positive reason that is better than the dangers it provides. Dow says they've been using robot officers. It's not an officer. It doesn't think. It's not a human being. It's not alive. Anyway, supposedly for a bit to discourage the homeless from loitering for a bit, and ended up having it backlash for it, killing a homeless man. They killed a homeless man with these Terminators, these mini H&Ks. If you watch the Terminator series, I believe it's the H&Ks, Hunter Killers, that is in the Terminator series, look just like that stupid thing. This is a skinny version of they were inspired by a horror movie, by a science fiction horror movie. This is the inspiration in California. I mean, I get it. Hollywood is in California, but they shouldn't be making laws and taking their law enforcement from California. What is this? Is this their cheap version? Is this a cheap version of Westworld? I mean, really, is this a cheap version of Westworld? Is this their budget Terminator? I don't understand this. I don't understand the reasoning for this. It doesn't make sense. This is so insane. Which absolutely means New York City and New York State's going to have them soon. New York's going to buy this. This is going to be in New York very soon. Watch. Give it 3 months and they'll have an article in New York that we have a contract buying some too. Because if California did it, New York's going to do it. Whatever New York does, California does. Whatever California does, New York does. And then somewhere pulling up the rear is New Jersey and Pennsylvania. It's just going to be crazy. Let me see. User has been banned says, didn't a woman try to report and get yelled at by the bot? Maybe. I don't know. User has been banned says the Dallas Police Department used a Mark bot to deploy an explosive device to kill a highly aggressive and armed suspect who ambushed police officers in downtown Dallas. Okay, so that's not an independent robot, and that's a bit different. I don't know. I don't see this to be... I really don't trust this. I really don't. I don't see a positive in this. And maybe it's not meant to be autonomous, which means it's useless. If it's not autonomous, then you have police officers. Just hire police officers. It's because they have demonized police officers so badly that no one wants to work in San Francisco. Because all you're going to do is be told that you're evil, that you're a Nazi, that you're some kind of white supremacist nationalist. And who wants to work in that environment every day where people shoot at you anyway? The people you're protecting will call you a white supremacist, and the people the criminals, well, they just going to shoot at you because they're criminals. You know what? I know there was a guy who had cannons that stuck out of his window. I'd love it. It's just crazy. And again, why am I not surprised that the people who came up with this brilliant idea, apparently, are in San Francisco? Not surprised. Democratic stronghold, crime is going rampant, their own policies made the problem worse, and now their answer is, well, we'll get a robot. Yeah, it is a domestic. You know what? Dow makes a very interesting point. Making robots with lethal enforcement authorization equates to a domestic drone strike. And unlike what President Obama did, which is he authorized, and I want to be very clear on this, President Obama authorized the ability of the United States government to use drone strikes against American citizens who are accused of a crime without having a trial. And he did that. Remember, the drone strike king of the United States was President Obama. He drone striked everybody, everywhere. And he drone striked American citizens who were accused of terrorism, never were arrested, never were tried, and he dropped bombs on them, which is a crime. And his answer was, well, they're not on U.S. soil, so it's okay. Which is stupid and unconstitutional and illegal, but he got away with it. And now we're having robots do essentially the same thing on U.S. soil. That's illegal. That's a crime. We need to have this conversation. Folks, we need conversations. The world is The United States is going down a stupid path. We're going down a really stupid path. It's insane. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me, folks. This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Maybe I'm missing something here. Again, if there's someone in San Francisco watching the show, and there probably is, because I do have an audience in California. I know that. I have an audience in India. I have an audience in Peru and Switzerland. I know I've got someone in California. I know I have people in California. So if there's someone in San Francisco who wants to tell me why this sounds like a great idea or how this is going to be beneficial, call in. Send me a message. Something. If there's any of the city council members of San Francisco that would like to call in and explain why they think this is a good idea, please call in. By the way, how much does this thing cost? Not just how much does it cost to purchase, because that's a couple $1 million. How much does it cost to upkeep? How much is it going to cost the people of San Francisco and the state of California? How much money is that going to cost every year? So that we can truly evaluate if this makes more sense than hiring one police officer. Maybe two. How many police officers are being replaced by this robot? That you're spending the money that you could be spending on police officers, which you have a shortage of. You could be hiring police officers for the same money who don't need to be programmed and cannot be hacked and cannot be disarmed in the way that that device can be. How many police officers could you be hiring? Not just off the initial purchase, which is definitely a couple $1 million. So they're spending, I would imagine, at least $17 million right up front. That's a hell of a lot of jobs. How much does a police officer get paid in California? Let's find out. Let's see. San Francisco. Wow, they get $100,000. They get $100,000. That's really good money. $100,000 to be a police officer in San Francisco. That's good money. Okay, so let me see. Let's assume that this is a mark bot. I want to see if I can find it. $19,000. I stand corrected. If it is a mark bot, $19,000. But that's military, and that's I truly think that this is going to cost more. I could be wrong. I could be completely wrong. If it is a mark bot, which we don't know, but if it is a mark bot, then yes, the robot is cheaper than a police officer. Then again, a mark bot isn't going to walk into a burning building and save you. A mark bot isn't going to be able to make decisions on its own. Mark bot can't be, a human can't be hacked remotely. A human cannot be stripped, like the metal pieces and such. So some of the guys are saying that it's going to cost somewhere around $50,000 a piece, which would be still cheaper than a San Francisco Police Department officer, which is $100,000 a year. But again, a police officer can do everything. The robot, not so much. Dow, the reason why it's going to cost $100,000 for the city of San Francisco, between all the licensing, the training, the insurance, yeah, that's why it costs so much. Jan says that they cost over $200,000. Now, that's more in line with what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking it's about $500,000, which would be 2 police officers. If it's correct. Again, we don't know. But so the range is somewhere between, let's say conservatively, the range is somewhere between $50,000 to, let's say, $250,000 per robot. So it's either equal to half of one police officer or it's worth 2.5 officers. So somewhere between 1/2 to 2 police officers is the range of the cost of the robot. And it cannot do what police do. It just can't do what a police officer can do. Is it worth it? Not including the annual upkeep, new programs to be installed. It's got to be maintained, maintenance, all that stuff. So that's on top of that. So we're talking about even more money, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth it. I mean, I'm happy to hear from people in California that think that it's worth it. Tell me why. I don't see it. They'll use them for no-knock warrants to go into drug dens. Okay, fine, but I don't think it's worth it. There's still too many problems with this thing. Send in the bots. Yeah, I know. This is just ridiculous, folks. Just hire police officers. Just hire more police officers. It's that simple. Just hire more police officers. Really, that's a simple answer. Hire more police officers. Let them do their jobs. Train them well and let them do their jobs. And stop crying because they're doing their jobs. Stop whining and crying because Antifa gets arrested because they burned down a building. Stop whining and crying when BLM gets arrested because they're breaking windows and destroying people's property or trying to create autonomous zones, which are illegal. Stop crying and let the police do their jobs. No, maybe that's just me. That's funny. Flamethrower supplied by the Boring Company. That's funny. The toaster of enforcement. That's funny. There's jokes. Actually, they're good jokes. Makes no sense to me, folks. Thank you for Dal, Jan. Thank you for bringing that up. Because I think that's just insanely stupid that they're going to spend that much money on a robot to shoot people. It just doesn't make sense. What do you mean they want to use a 50 cal? There's no way they can use a 50 cal on that thing. This thing's, folks, do you know what a 50 cal will do to a human being? If you use a 50 caliber bullet, they'll shoot through the building, they'll shoot through the bus behind the building. This is crazy. No. They can't use that. You can't use, there's a reason why they used 38 caliber bullets forever and why they use 9mm. It's not because they're the best type of bullet that you could possibly have. It's not for stopping power. It's so that you don't kill people standing behind the criminal. Use a 50 cal, you're shooting through the building. No, you can't use it. That's stupid. Who is this dumb? Who authorizes a 50 cal? You got a robot, not a human being, and you want to give it that, yeah, it's got to be excluded. By the way, I'm sorry, folks, you're not seeing the comment here. Just the comments. It's a 50 cal. It was in the comments, and Dow's mentioning that he's seeing that it's the dog type robot. Yeah, they couldn't put a 50 cal. That would be just murder. You ever see that movie Johnny Dangerously? Since we're talking entertainment because of Kanye and all that. Johnny Dangerously. I forget who the guy is. He comedian, Joe Piscopo. He has this big gun with a huge barrel. And it's like, yeah, it shoots through buildings and buses. And then the next building behind that. It's like, it's ridiculous. That's a 50 cal. There's no way they could use that in a city. Militaries are barely able to use those things, and they only use them as snipers from like a mile away. It's ridiculous. No. All right. All right. I think we've established that everyone, except San Francisco's city council, believes, or excuse me, board of supervisors, think this is a dumb idea. I'm happy to hear from the board of supervisors of San Francisco to explain why they're wasting people's money this way. Really, I look forward to hearing it. I doubt that they'll ever give a good excuse. But we've covered a lot of ground here today. We've talked about what's happening overseas. We've been talking about how that's going to affect us here in the United States. Whether it's the problems with Iran or whether it's what we're doing with Venezuela, we are watching our government make some of the worst decisions possible. And the answer from Democrats is, and that guy over there, he's a bad person, which is stupid. That's the argument that we have today. That's the argument that we're being given to think about. Look, the Biden-Harris administration is screwing up on international policy, foreign policy on a regular basis. They are making the situation worse. They are destabilizing the peace and safety of the world on a daily basis, it seems like. And the answer from Democrats is, yeah, but Trump had dinner with a bad guy. That's what you're looking forward to. Hello, this is the 2024 election. This is what the 2024 election is going to be. I guarantee you, throughout all of 2024 and most of 2023, they're going to be bringing up that Trump had dinner with Nick Fuentes. And that's going to be their big bad. And that's going to be on that list. See, he was in Charlottesville, and then they'll misquote him. They'll talk about what he said in a gym, in a locker room, amongst private conversation. And then they're going to say he had dinner with Nick Fuentes. And that's supposed to be worse than having an open border, attacking Muslims, empowering dictatorships in Venezuela, and increasing the recession and deepening the recession. Those are the two choices we have, folks. That's the 2024 election at this moment. And there are Democrats that are going to tell me, yeah, Mike, but you're just a Trumper, whatever the hell that's supposed to mean. And yeah, and they will support Biden on all of that. Yeah, I know I'm getting direct messages, but I'm in the show, so I don't check Twitter while I'm on. Hey, Joe Rogan agrees with me. It looks like, I don't know the source, so it looks like Joe Rogan agrees with me. But I don't know the source, so I can't quote it. But it'd be nice, because I think Joe Rogan would agree with me. Hang on one second, folks. Oh, this is funny. Here's something funny. Breaking right now on Twitter. It's popular on Twitter right now. Rachel Maddow being interviewed by Joy Reid, of all people. And Rachel Maddow is talking about her podcast. Didn't she get fired? And says, quote, I hear too much defeatism from people in our generation. They're in my generation. I don't know what they're talking about. Like, oh, this is so terrible and there's no way to fight it. Yes, there is. It's winning an election. It's changing the laws. It's having an actual foreign policy that is defined and adhered to. It is protecting American citizens in Afghanistan and the Ukraine, and not focusing on equity like Brittany Griner. It is focusing on our economy and becoming energy independent to reduce the recession and inflation that is afflicting our people. There are a lot of ways to fight it. They're just not the progressive way to fight it. The progressive way to fight it is to say, I obey. No, we have fought this stuff in the past. That's what Rachel Maddow has to say. We fought this stuff in the past. Yes, they have fought against America in the past, and it has hurt us. God, they're miserable people. But anyway. All right. We've been on for 4 hours and 45 minutes. And I just spoke about Rachel Maddow, which means my stomach is upset now and I am tired. Look, I look forward to the comments afterward. If anyone comes up with a reason that is substantive about why we should care anything about Nick Fuentes, please send me, make a comment and let me know. If you believe that Kanye is a legitimate candidate for anything, leave a comment. Let me know. If you any of these stories, please let us know. But before we go, I will again mention you should please like, share, and subscribe. But I also want to present, as we do every week, I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares, and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed, and I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can, because you deserve no less. Thank you. And as always, folks, this channel is not just for people who agree with me. People donate to the channel. Some of those people, they don't agree with everything that we have to say, and that's perfectly fine. But they do respect our right to be able to celebrate the First Amendment, to speak with you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as the videos that we do throughout the week. And if you want, you too can support. You can donate $1, you can donate $5. If you happen to be a progressive who believes in white guilt, if you believe in white privilege, BLM, Antifa, then send us half your paycheck. Send me half your paycheck. I'm a black business owner and I'm poor. Send me half your paycheck. If you are a progressive, you should be sending me your check. Why? Because you're supporting a black-owned business, a black Hispanic minority business. And according to you guys, your white guilt, you have too much money. You've given $80, $90 million to BLM. You can send me half your paycheck. Don't want it all. Send me half your paycheck. Because that's what your policies say as a progressive who believes in white guilt and you believe that white supremacy is intrinsic and systemic. Everyone else, you don't have to give me a dime. Just subscribe. If you want to send $1, you want to send $5, you want to send 50 cents, I don't care. Fantastic. There's the link below me. You can send that too. And I appreciate it either way. Or at the very least, just watch the show. Folks, I thank you, each and every one of you, for being part of this audience, for helping to be here and make it worthwhile. That's why I do it every week, why we've been doing this for 17 years. And you know what? I'm looking forward to speaking to you next week as well. I hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I wish my brother a wonderful birthday. And I'm looking forward to the rest of the week. It's going to be interesting. I'll talk to you guys all. And yes, I will see everyone on the Liberty First Foundation Friday night roundtable. It's 9 p.m. I will be happy to see you guys there. Talk to you soon.